The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is sponsored by Two Fat Lardies, Miniature Wargames with Battle Games magazine, and by the generous donations of you, the listener. So thank you to Eric Shirk, Andrew Gilmartin, Robert J. Ruffner, Marcus Bennett, Alex McIntosh, Marcus Wheeler, Martin Armstrong, David Jakowskian, Glenn Oberhauser, Tom Rivatera, and Keith Erickson. Guys, thank you so much to everyone for your most generous support. It really helps keep this podcast on the air. Thanks once again. The Meeples and Miniatures podcast, episode 164, Lords and Lands and Wargames Illustrated, with guests Craig Armstrong and Wayne Bolland. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. I'm Neil Shuck, and once again I'm joined like a thorn between two roses. I'm bracketed by a brace of mics. We have the Welsh wizard himself, Mr. Mike Hobbs.
Hello.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, all good.
Good stuff. And I'm also joined by a man of, well, we're finding out even more talents every time we talk. It's Mr. Mike Whitaker.
Who's on mute? One of his talents is finding where the mute button is.
No, one of his talents is not finding where the mute button is, and we're going to leave that in.
Oh, too right. Hello, Mike.
Hello. The word you're looking for is polymath, otherwise known as multi-talented and useless at most of them.
It's so nice of you to join us.
Just a little bit late.
I tell you what, this brand new professional outlook we got is going well.
It isn't it just?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to say, thank you to everyone who's given us some, positive feedback on the work we're putting into a new format of the show. We appreciate all your comments, and hopefully things will, especially after that start like that, things can only improve. That's all I can say.
It's definitely on the up from here on, guys.
Too right. Anyway, so we've actually got a really packed show for you today. I hope you've got a long painting project to do, because this is probably going to be, I would have thought, best part of 3 hours. So there we go. You have been warned. So what have we got in store for you today? Well, we've got 3 regular sections. We've got what we've been up to. We're going to have a look at some hobby news, and we've got at the first of our brand new mailbag, and that's coming up towards the end of the show. We've also got a couple of interviews for you. Yeah, last week all of us at various times managed to catch some time to speak to a couple of people. Myself and Mr. Hobbs are speaking to Craig Armstrong, who is rules author and fanzine editor. And then Mr. Whitaker went off on his own.
Simultaneously, I should point out. Yeah, by the miracle of technology, I snagged an interview with Wayne Bolland, who is sub-editor of Wargames Illustrated. And very, very interesting chat it was too.
Indeed, very nice. I don't know. I might get supplanted as the main interviewer at this point.
Oh, I doubt it.
Well, there have been talks.
We weren't going to mention the Two Mikes podcast. Shush.
Sorry.
Infamy. They've all got it, infamy.
I think Mike is a good podcast name.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Anyway, passing quickly on. So, I think because we've got so much to do, I suppose we best get on with it. So we'll have a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have you having a chat about what we've been up to. since the last time we spoke.
The eagles have gone. Britain lies defenseless in a cruel world. Since the birth of our Lord, it has been 456 years. What sins have we committed to bring this punishment to Britain? I speak, of course, of the Saxons. They came as allies, but now they seek conquest. The lands of the Britons lie ravaged before them. Blood runs red in our island. We need a leader to stand against them. We need a man to bring together the Britons in common cause. We seek a Dux Britanniarum.
Right, that's enough of that. Dux Britanniarum from Two Fat Lardies. They really are very good.
What have we been playing? What have we been buying? We might even have painted something. The Meeples and Miniatures crew reveal all.
And we're back.
Indeed we are. I suppose it's time we had a chat about what we've been up to since last time we talked. So who wants to go first?
I think it's your turn to go first.
It's my turn to go first. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
What have I been up to? Oh, right. Not much gaming, to be perfectly honest. We have a dearth of a glider. And because Mr. Luff still hasn't painted his horse a glider, we haven't started our British Airborne scenario campaign yet. So we've been playing Twilight Struggle, board game Twilight Struggle, which I'm really enjoying, and I don't quite think Dave was enjoying quite so much. But I won. Well, hey.
Sorry, you did what now?
I beat Dave at a game.
It's not chain of command.
That is true.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. It's a board game. So does that mean it doesn't count?
No, a win's a win.
But we've already established that for many purposes, board games do not count.
Indeed. So I don't think this counts either. But there we go.
Hang on, point of order, Mr. Chairman. Are we not known as the Meeples Miniatures podcast?
Indeed.
Ergo, miniatures and meeple-based games all count
But
the same.
for other purposes, board games too do count. Now you just have to decide which purpose this is. He says, swiftly dodging the bullet.
Yes.
I think that's an editorial decision to be made on the off the cuff and at the convenience of who's trying to make it. I think. Anyway,
Because Neil says that.
But you won a game.
I won a game. Although some people would say that because I was playing Twilight Struggle and B playing Russians, it's easier for the Russians to win, which it probably is. But I still won a game.
Yay!
Yay, indeed. Other than that, I've been doing some painting, which is remarkable in itself. I must admit, I've not been keeping up with my half-hour night, which is a little bit disappointing. But I've been busy doing other things. But I've managed to get some painting done and finish my next batch of armour, which I was shocked and stunned with, because at the point where I started doing the camouflage, and I looked at them and went, boy, they look a bit rubbish.
Yeah, go on.
And then
Red room's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
It is. Mike,
you can't beat a dark wash and a dry brush for it.
Too right. I mean, Mike has been waxing lyrical offline to us about the joys of dry brushing with bleached bone or an equivalent cover, and lo and behold, yeah, it works.
Told you.
Yeah, you did. Done 5 bits of that, and so I've got the next bit. Got the next bits on the painting table to do. But that's. I mean, some would say, "Oh, big deal! You just painted 5 vehicles." But there we go. As opposed to a whole army.
Yeah, but this is you.
Right, this is me, indeed.
So just backtracking a sec, you were using ink wash and bleach bone.
It was a mix. We did some. I was actually using. It was the Coat d'Arms Super Wash, which is kind of their equivalent. It's not the dip equivalent. It's just their washer. Yeah, their washes. I was using I use that as dart wash, which I think possibly I'd like to. Thinking about it, I'd probably like to put a second coat on of that, and then I dry brushed with a mix. I started off with what's the colour? Hang on, where is it? I've got it in front of me here. It's Revel Dark Earth, Revel Aqua Colour, which there's some paints that I picked up at Hobbycraft, actually, my local Hobbycraft. I thought, those look interesting. Got some interesting colours. So I used that. Initially, this Revel Dark Earth, which is kind of a mid-light brown sort of thing. And then followed up by, Mike had recommended that we use bleach bone, but unfortunately my old Games Workshop bleach bone had just kind of dried up. I mean, admittedly it was really old, but I found a colour which is almost the same. I hate to think how old this pot of paint is. It's the original Citadel bronzed flesh, which I think came out of the Citadel colour paint set.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, it's quite old.
White top or like a black top? White top. Oh, so you want to sell it on eBay?
Start eBaying those, mate.
Yeah,
put it this way: it's the white top unlabelled ones. It was ones that you actually you had to put a label on yourself to say what colour it was.
Oh, happy days! You tell kids about that these days, and they wouldn't believe you.
Wouldn't believe you.
Kids these days, and their dropper bottles. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it worked. So I was a bit gobsmacked by just what a difference it made. But there you go.
Oh, it
does. It does. And I must admit, I am rather pleased with my Panther. I think my Panther looks the biz.
When I was last doing tank painting, you may remember a 15mm Yag Panther on my blog. That was actually some of the Humbrol enamel washes, which are actually intended for model railway use.
Oh, right, okay.
They do an oil streaks and a dirt streaks kind of thing. And it's just brush it on where it looks like it needs it. Take a cotton wool bud just where to remove the bits you don't. That's Q-tip to you, the American listeners. And then that seems to come out remarkably well. But then I very rarely dry brush. It's just something I'm too ham-fisted to do well, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I was also trying out. I mean, this is something I'm probably giving the contents of some of my next column away. But I was also trying out the old plastic soldier weathering washes, and they seem to be all right. They seem to work well. I mean, some people are saying, use them all over. I must admit, I'm not currently quite that brave. I might just try it on, get a test vehicle at some point, and give them a go. But I was quite happy with where I was.
I'm sure the plastic soldier weathering washes are lovely. It's just that every time I look for the weathering sprays, they're out of stock.
And actually, the weathering washes have also disappeared off the website. The weathering for wargamers, or the weathering for gamers, section is currently empty. Which is interesting. I did email Will about it, and he basically went, they might come back at some point. So whether or not it's, I know it's obviously something that he commissioned and got all got all the packaging and everything for. I don't know whether it's just a case of they haven't been doing as well as he'd hoped or what, but they appear to have disappeared, which is a bit of a shame. Because my experience of using them so far is they're rather nice. Never mind. Which kind of leads us on to have I bought anything? Yeah, I have bought something.
What you bought?
Well, actually, not a lot. Not a lot. Well, basically, what I did was I put together a list, like a painting list of everything I needed to paint for all the stuff we were doing for this airborne campaign that we're doing this year, or at least my grandiose plans thereof. How much will actually ever get done, I don't know. And there's just a few bits and pieces that were missing. And so I thought, well, you know what? I just feel like I'm going to, I'll just complete it all. So what have I done? Other than buying, because Plastic Soldier Company recommended it, because I asked them, some Vallejo Middlestone, because they reckoned that would match their war spray, because they don't do their own that matches the war spray. I think we had this conversation about before about having colours that match sprays,
like the German army didn't.
Yes, yeah, quite. But yeah, the Plastic Soldier Company Dunkelgau war spray actually, is a fair match for Vallejo Middlestone. It's just your opinion as opposed to whether something like Vallejo Middlestone is actually the right colour for Dunkelgelb or not.
I gave up a while ago on that and decided that Army Painter Desert Yellow has a pretty much built-in guarantee that the paint pot will match, is easy to come by, and frankly, there must have been a batch of that out there on the Western Front that looked about that colour somewhere. So who cares?
That's what I use as well.
Yeah, I must admit, I think that I was using the Plastic Soldier Company war spray because I had a can which I was sent to try out, and then, as I say, I had a few issues when I was, I thought I mucked up the camo, and then basically didn't have anything to match it. So I was recommending Middlestone, which right today, funnily enough, and I've just tried it and kind of gone. Yes and no. Middlestone does look a little bit green, and I think the war spray. I think that the Dunkelgelb war spray looks a little bit green. So I'm inclined to think that that dark desert yellow is probably a better colour. However, once it's dry brushed, it looks a bit better. But I am inclined to think that the Plastic Soldier Company Dunkelgelb is a little on the green side. It's got like an olive green tinge to it, which I'm not sure. Anyway, by the way.
If you think that's bad, try matching field grey.
Oh. Yeah. Was it? And we're back to the tale of exploding paint cans. But
yeah, we are.
From that. Did that. Got trying out actually Army Painter anti-shine varnish, acrylic varnish, which is something that Dave Luff recommended to me because I couldn't get hold of any testers. Although apparently I am assured that there is a company that sell testers brush on in the UK. But having had an accident with Humbrol matte coat, which is what I always used to use, I wasn't willing to risk all my German infantry. So I've ended up buying this Army Painter anti-shine, which does the job, and that's more than not.
Pro tip with that, if you have occasion to spray outside in the cold, get the miniatures back inside again straight away, or it will cloud on the figures.
Yeah, which is why I'm using brush on and doing it inside.
Smart move.
As opposed to spray. She's definitely brush on as opposed to spray.
There are ways of rescuing it. Surprisingly enough, brushing with olive oil works, but it's not something that I recommend.
No.
Plus varnish over the top, let that dry, and
then respray somewhere in the warm. Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
Both of those work, but yeah, basically, if you're using anti-shine, its one annoying property is that in the cold and the humid, it's really not very well behaved.
Yeah, especially its humidity. It captures the water vapour in the spray. Mm. I'm really lucky because I've got a built-in garage, so I spray in there anytime.
I have a spray booth on my shopping list.
Yeah, and so what I did years ago. I bought a little 1 kilo fan heater, and what I do on a really cold day, I set up in the garage, got a little painting table and a box, and I put the figures in there, and I put the fan heater on for about 10-15 minutes just to warm the area around in a nice spray, and put the fan heater back on it again, and it just bakes the varnish or the undercoating that you do.
Some of us haven't got a garage.
Yeah, I wouldn't try it outside, but I'm just lucky because I got a built-in garage, so...
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. That's cool. Yeah. I'm even more envious of you now. Yes. Anyway, so other than that, what else have I bought? I bought a couple of Hotchkiss R35 tanks from Peter Pig because I need those for one scenario because there were some in use by German armour.
You're playing 29 Let's Go, aren't you?
No, that was it's actually for one of my Red Devil ones, but yeah, it's a similar sort of thing. Bought one of those, a 37mm Flak 43, which was actually ended up being a Battlefront one because that was about one of the only ones I could find, and it comes in a stupid amount of pieces. So I'm really pleased that they've actually got an assembly guide on the Battlefront website.
That is actually one of my peeves with quite a lot of the Battlefront guns and kits that you quite often have to go hunting on the website before you can actually figure out which bits matter.
I've got a couple of the anti-aircraft gun half tracks to assemble, and I'm just looking at all the bits, kind of going, how the heck do all these go together? Especially when you got was it the STKF7 STKFZ7/1, which is the one with the quad 20mm on the back, and you look at the quad 20mm and kind of go, blooming neck. This is so many bits, it's untrue. Anyway, and finally, what else? Oh yeah, the other thing was, and this is really, really surprising. I ended up I had to buy a couple of supply wagons because I've actually got, as in horse-drawn supply wagons. I've actually got a scenario which actually the Germans use a couple of horse-drawn supply wagons. Now, as we probably all know, the myth about the mechanised German army really was a myth, and an awful lot of their stuff, especially early war, was horse-drawn. You try and find horse-drawn stuff for Germans in 15mm.
Because it ain't cool, man. Ain't cool. No half tracks.
Very, very, very few around. I was really, really surprised. In the end, I found QRF do one, which is a horse-drawn. It's a horse-drawn cart, but it's got pneumatic tyres on it. Flames of War do a set which they have these. They do a set of 3 small supply wagons, but they're the kind of really small one-horse supply wagon sort of things. But that's about it. I was really, really surprised. But as you say, it's not particularly cool. And that's about it. So basically, a couple of little bits and pieces, a couple of tanks, and some machine gun loaders, so I can have specialist machine gun loading figures for my MG42s. So I've been really good. I haven't actually spent that much at all.
Well done.
And that's me. That didn't take very long, did it?
Was this about no waffle?
Well, it's the problem, isn't it, is that we plan our timescales assuming that Neil, as usual, hasn't done any painting.
Yeah, and now he's starting to paint.
We're screwed.
Yeah.
You are me next, obviously.
You can go next, Mike.
Alrighty. What have I been doing? I've played 2 games of Beyond the Gates of Antares.
Ooh.
And got roundly trounced both times.
You can tell us all about that in a future webisode.
That would be scary, wouldn't it? Yeah. Suffice it to say, it's Warhammer meets Bolt Action with D10s.
So 40k second edition then?
It is quite, but in its defence, it's kind of fun. The miniatures are very nice. But yeah, it was fun, even though I lost. Other than that, had a massive game of pike and shot down the club on Monday, which is a refight of Cropperty Bridge.
I quite like that set of rules. It's a very pretty set of rules.
It's not. I mean, it's a close sibling to Black Powder.
Oh yeah.
And it has the same feature that you can run stupidly large battles in sensible club night times once you've got your heads around the rules. Okay, now admittedly our problem on Monday was that we had a few players who didn't, and a number of other players who did but couldn't remember the differences between Black Powder and Pike and Shot, some of which matter. But what can I say? It looked like an English Civil War battle. There were 2 freaking huge cavalry scraps to start things off, and then the infantry got stuck in.
Sounds good.
So yeah, it was fun.
Any pictures?
There's some on the phone, but I was hoping to live tweet it, but I'm currently having a war with O2, who seem to think I have no data allowance this month. those who are following my non-Wargames account on Twitter will have just seen me being very snarky to the O2 representative who thinks I should wait for a response and carry on not having 3G data for another 5 days.
As you do.
As you do. So, what have I bought? What have I done? Well, actually, backtracking, what have I done crafting-wise? Nothing. Unless spending most of Sunday afternoon trying out various, mobile ticketing solutions for the show website accounts.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is slightly more, definitely the IT geeky end of the Wargames hobby, on which score we should have advanced booking and all the other things up by the weekend. I'm just waiting for another answer from someone. And as for buying things, what have I bought? I have a bunch of bits and bobs for my Kings of War Elf army, including one of the very nice Games Workshop tree men as a tree herder. One of the sort of 6-inch high, quite spiky ones that are fairly new, which I picked up secondhand and was rather pleased with. And a castle.
Really?
Yep. It's about 2 foot by 1 foot 6. It's injection molded plastic, and it was 14 quid from Debenhams.
From Debenhams?
From Debenhams. It's a Super Play Falcon Castle 1, and it is pretty close to it suffers a bit from probably being slightly underscale for 28mm, but if you put 28mm figures next to it, it does not look bad at all. It does for a small keep. It does for a small keep. It's not horribly kiddie. It's not horribly spiky chaos death. It's modular. There is a Falcon Castle 2, which is even bigger and unfortunately completely unobtainable. And it was only 14 quid. Somebody on the Kings of War Facebook group happened to post a picture of one on Friday, and I think there's probably a couple of very, very puzzled Debenhams warehouse operatives. The warehouse is actually here in Peterborough, going, why haven't we just had orders for about 20 of these in 3 hours?
Yes. There's all of a sudden like, this appears to be a sudden run on this toy.
Yeah, but yeah, if it's still around, it's 14 quid, and it's remarkably nice.
I think I used to have one.
Yeah. So that may well be my next piece of hobby work, on the grounds that there's nothing there that can't be done with a couple of spray cans and some fairly heavy-handed dry brushing to produce something that looks a lot less plasticky. So that's me.
Go on, Mr. Hobbs. You've
right.
been busy.
Yeah. I playtesting. Been playtesting Sword and Spear Fantasy again. So
have you been living at Firestorm? Because it seems like every time you're on Twitter, it's like, oh yeah, had a gaming session at Firestorm. Had a gaming session at Firestorm. You spent your last 2 weeks there, haven't you?
It's been a bit mental. I've had like 2 games a week down there. So we've had a couple of games of Sword and Spear down there. Mm-hmm. Big games. I've been playtesting another game, which I found out I can talk about a little bit, which is a game that Sam Mustafa is producing.
Ooh.
So I'm playtesting his new Free Jumper game.
Oh, is this the one you were saying needs more ships?
Yeah, that's one, yeah.
Yeah, that's one. You're giving him a hard time about. Oh, right. Cool.
Yeah, he asked me, he sent me mail last week, sort of going, do you want to have a go? I went, yeah. Because it's Sam. it's Mr. Mustafa. So, playtesting out. That's going quite well. I'm also playtesting another set of rules, which I'm kind of writing, which I can't talk about.
Which you're not to talk about.
Which I'm not allowed to talk about.
What's it? Or at least you could talk about it, but then you have to kill us. Yes.
No, I'd have to kill myself.
I was about to say.
It's going playtesting mental at the moment. And on top of that, I'm also helping out sort out this Lardiff event, which is the 2 fat lardies come to Cardiff for a day. That's all I've really been doing, sort of gaming wise. I haven't had any sort of social games for a while. That seem to be sort of working. Yeah, very enjoyable work and very great fun. But yeah, doing that. Painting wise, bit of Star Wars stuff, because I really want to do 7TV Star Wars.
Yeah.
Because it just works, and I got all the figures from Imperial Assault. So I got enough there to do a couple of nice games. So I'm just doing a few more Stormtroopers, and I did Boba Fett and a few other bits and bobs. Oh, and Han and Chewie. But that might have been mentioned on the last one.
Of course, because 7TV turned up, didn't it?
Yes, got MTV, which I think we mentioned on the last one. I can't remember though.
No, we mentioned it was on the way.
Oh right, yeah, it's arrived. I have it.
Definitely has. It's right here.
There it is.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
nice.
It is very nice. Yeah, so that and the Star Wars add-on is brilliant. I know I spent about 5 hours cutting up cards.
Yeah, it is very nice though.
Is it? Yeah.
Very nice. Oh yeah, it's great. It's like, oh yes.
Yeah, it does look good. The other thing which I'm going to have to do probably tomorrow, I managed to drop a box which contained an entire 6mm World War II army, my GHQ. Yeah, it was like a box file,
Yeah.
and in that I made shelves. I made 5 shelves, and each shelf was full of GHQ armor and infantry and stuff, all on little bases, all stacked in, and I dropped it off the shelf about 3 hours ago. I've opened the lid. It doesn't look good. So that might be my weekend.
Well, to actually see if you can recover anything.
Can I ask a really dumb question?
Mm.
When did you last play with this army?
Oh, it's not about the playing with Mike, it's about the collection. About 10 years. The problem is, I did a massive, great German army. I got 2 box files full of GHQ, all painted, all on bases, all stacked up on these lovingly made little shelves which I made, which all fit in the thing. It's huge. It's I tell you what's from. It's from Spearhead, and I did a German division.
Oh right, okay.
Plus,
So what you're saying is you're making Mr. Hyde's recent painting efforts, look small fry. Is that what you're trying to say?
well, it's stuff I did about 10 plus years ago. And problem is, I did all the German army because my friend was doing the American army, and then he moved, taking his army with him.
With him,
Yeah,
the bounder.
yeah. It was at that point I decided whenever I play a game, I'm doing both armies. So yeah. So I was just sorting up a shelf, and he just upped and went. So yeah, I'm gonna have a look at that tomorrow in daylight, and I might be gluing figures back onto bases and trying to get it all to fit back in there.
And you might hear the screams from somewhere.
Well, I don't think it's much damage. It's just they've all pinged off the bases, and
Oh right, okay.
yeah.
In that case, they weren't glued on very well, were they?
I wasn't going to say that.
I did drop it 4 foot.
Okay, fair enough. It was a box file.
It was a box file, and the box lid fell off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Gravity, thou art a bitch.
There's no such thing as gravity. The Earth sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, indeed. Damn you, Newton. Yes. Anyway, yeah. So what have you bought then? Come on.
Up until
A new
yes.
tube of glue.
Now, luckily, I've got lots of glue. Up until yesterday, not much. And then, Monday. And then they came out with the news that Spartan are doing this Firestorm Task Force, which we'll chat about later. So I ordered a starter set of that.
Right.
And then whilst I was on there, I also ordered the 2 Assault Helixes for Planetfall.
Right.
But that's all I bought.
No,
I've been good.
No, you haven't.
What else was
What
there?
have you done today?
What have you done today? That's all we're going to talk about in news.
Kickstarters don't count. It's a pre-order system. I pre-ordered something. I'm helping.
Kickstarter isn't a pre-order.
Well, it's I'm helping support a new fledgling. I'm digging myself here, aren't I? I'm digging the grave here.
Get in holes.
I'm just wondering what pledge level you went in at.
Anyway, this is more news. This is more of hobby news rather than what we've been up to.
But you won't escape answering that question then.
We'll come back to this in a minute.
No, but hopefully by that time my wife will be downstairs and the door will be closed.
And and one other thing I forgot to mention. One very quick piece of news I forgot to mention. We recorded a view from the veranda.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you talk about point systems?
Did we talk about point systems?
Yeah.
We may have done.
Can't be a real view from the veranda, then. Come on, you've spent how many episodes avoiding it?
Indeed. Yes, it was one of these things of we decided we were going to be really well disciplined and
see how well that works for us.
Yeah, yes, quite. Yeah, we thought, okay, we'll record just for 2.5 hours because at that point, Henry decided he wouldn't have something to eat until after we'd recorded. 3 hours, 40 minutes later, we finally hung up the call. So I've got a bit of editing to do on that, but we chatted for a long time. So once this one's been put to bed, I've got to start on that. But there we go. But this one's obviously going to take a little bit longer than what I anticipated.
Good. I've probably got a flight to Seattle next month.
I need to get it out in the next couple of weeks. I think I don't think it can wait a month. But there we go.
That's quite good because you can listen to this one on the way out, Mike, and listen to View Films on the veranda on the way back.
Yeah, it's certainly quite promising, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
You probably only have to kill about 20 minutes each way.
And on that note, I think we're done. Are we done with this bit?
Yeah, that was the 15-minute. What have we been up to section?
Indeed. And we'll be followed by the 15-minute news. Yeah, this isn't working, is it?
This is not going to work, is it?
This isn't working at all, is it?
Let's just go with it. Come on. We'll do it for a quarter and we'll see how we get on.
Right. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the hobby news for you. Announcements, new releases, Kickstarters. What's caught our eye? It's time to catch up with the Meeples and Miniatures hobby news. Okay, so in the second of our kind of regular sections, we're looking at hobby news and what's going on, and we thought, it'll be a nice short and pitty section, and then we've looked at what we've got to talk about. It's like, oh my word. Loads of stuff. So what should we do first? Shall we talk all about Kickstarters? Because we've got lots of stuff to talk about Kickstarters.
Yeah, that should kill half an hour.
There we go. Right. Okay then. Well, where should we start? Shall we start right at the? Shall we start right at topical stuff with something that happened a couple of hours ago, and actually something you were avoiding telling us about?
Yeah, I think it's clear now, so we can talk about this one.
Right, fab. Okay. Okay. So today, 27th of January, Polyversal Kickstarter was launched. Huzzah!
Hey!
Now, if you remember, back on episode 124, actually.
That's a long time ago, wasn't it?
That is a long time ago, actually. We interviewed Ken Whitehurst about his up and coming, soon to be released sci-fi set of sci-fi rules, and here we are. It's finally hit Kickstarter. So that was launched, and but it's been run by Colin's Epic Wargames.
Mm-hmm.
As we speak, it's almost hit
1/20th of the way there.
I was going to say 5%, but there you go. Having said that, it's a long one. I'm just going to.
It's 60 days.
60 days, yeah, and they're after $80,000.
Yeah, they're after $80,000.
Which sounds like they've done their sums and worked out what they actually need.
Indeed, as opposed to kind of hitting low and then hoping they're going to hit loads of stretch goals, they turn around and gone, okay, let's do this. Now, who did that recently?
Shield Maidens versus Orcs.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened there then?
They set a target. They made the target very quickly. Very quickly, actually. 2 or 3 days. Yeah. There's some really quite nicely sculpted figures including a whole bunch of plastic female, vaguely Saxony, typical fantasy without being overly underdressed figures. They had 312 backers, $39,000 over a 30,000 goal, which had been running for.
So how many backers? 300?
300 odd.
Okay.
They had been running for how long? 3 or 4 days? And they pulled it.
And they pulled it, having made the target.
Having made the target.
Because they didn't do their sums right. It's got to be. They must have sat down and went. They're probably expecting it'll race away and they're going to get $100,000. And then when it got to 30, and then it started to slow down, and they went, "Oh, actually, we can't do what we've pledged on this money." Panic.
They appear to have, as far as I can see, panicked over the fact that their Kickstarter stopped after a week, which is what Kickstarters do.
Yeah.
I'm very.
We've seen that before, though, haven't we? Somebody else did that.
Beyond the Gates of Antares. But they set a ridiculous goal.
Yeah, but, well, was it a ridiculous goal, or was it what they actually needed to put that game out? Because they wanted 300,000, didn't they? Is it a case of they've done their sums and went, okay, if we're going to have people working on this, we need to pay somebody's wages for a year. We need to maybe office space. We need to do all of these renders. We need to get all of this plastic done. We need to get this, and this. This is what it's going to cost us. And they didn't make it, so they pulled it. There's so many people out there.
They appear fundamentally, reading their "What are we doing?" note, that they seem to have not. They seem to have not got something somewhere. Is all I can pick out from reading this is that they just seem to. If $30,000 wasn't enough to do the first stage of what they were doing, why were they asking for it? And if it was, why have they stopped? Do they not have a plan that is sufficiently incremental to cope with something that only raises what they asked for? It all seems a bit odd to me. To quote the late great Fred Truman, I don't know.
It sounds like they just put a figure out that they thought would be good, that they would hit quite early, and then they thought as soon as they get funding, then that'll attract a lot more backers and everything will be great. And then they panicked because as soon as they're funded, they're then committed to doing this. So
if the guys from Shield Hall for listening and want to come and explain the logic, we're all ears.
But we can't do it until probably April, May.
Oh, the present rate of progress. Backtracking a little to the Polyversal Kickstarter.
Oh, we've done that one. Let's move on.
Shush. That is one of the higher figures I've seen for a wargaming Kickstarter.
Indeed.
I will be very interested to see how that goes, because there has been a bit of a history of things that aim that high, not necessarily make it, and I think some of that boils down to expectations set by some of the Mantic Kickstarters, which... I'm not going there.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to go there because we're going to have to we're going to have to mention something in a little minute. But yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from on that.
Particularly if you listen to the interview that's coming up later.
Indeed. Okay, let's ask the question, Mike. What pledge level did you go for?
I went for the box set, so $120.
Oh, $120.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I must admit, I was looking at it kind of thinking, do you go for the box set, or do you just go for the rules, or what? I mean, the box set's got loads of nice little bits and pieces in it. It
has, yeah. And I was looking at the rules, thinking that I could just get them because I got loads and loads of 6mm sci-fi. But I thought, isn't there quite nice stuff in there? What the hell? So I did. And here's the wife. So moving straight on.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Staying on the subject of 6mm sci-fi, because rather interestingly, got another sci-fi 6mm game got launched last week. This one not running for quite so long because it's running until the 18th of February, and that's Age of Tyrants, which is new game. Well, it's launched by it's a company called Myriad Miniatures, who, from what I can tell, is the new version of what used to be iCore back in the day, because the game is written by, or the rules are written by Mark Brendan, who's the guy who is the original designer of Void, and it's set in the same universe. So it's a mass battle game in the same universe. Now, I must admit, I've got some very fond memories of Void, but I don't know whether my memories of Void are coloured by the fact of it was one of Kev White's first ranges, and there are some gorgeous figures in that. I've got a Vaser army. I managed to track one down on I think it was on the internet, but I got a Vaser army because things like the old original Vaser Archangels, for example, which are like female drop troopers, are just gorgeous.
I don't know anything at all about Void, so I'm going to have to take your word on it.
Have you never seen the range?
Nope. No.
Okay, well, it's currently being marketed by Grendel Miniatures.
Grendel? Ooh, them.
Yeah, Grendel, yeah, up in Scotland. So I don't, I mean, I must admit, I was thinking on the way home, I thought, I wonder if Annie knows about these, because actually, a lot of there are quite a few of that sci-fi range, which are kind of, sensibly clad females.
Ooh.
And of course, it's Kev White pre-Hasselfree, but it's got some gorgeous stuff on it. Really, really nice. They're well worth having a look. If you look on Grendel's iCore range, there's some fantastic stuff that they used to do. So I don't know if it's a case of I liked Void because I quite like I quite like the rules. I love the figures. I quite like the background. Age of Tyrants is basically a mass battle version in 6mm.
I looked at it. It hasn't appealed to me, I must admit.
I don't like the vehicles. If I'm perfectly honest. The inventory looked fine, and it's interesting because like the skirmish game, for example, the Junkers. Now again, whether it's one of these things because the universe has moved on. But in the skirmish game, like one faction, the Junkers, had loads of buggies and that sort of thing. And then the Viridians, another one of the factions, lots of their stuff in the skirmish game were mounted on lizards and that sort of thing because they came from like a jungle planet. And that was all really cool. But they've just gone for like big tanks and stuff, and the designs of which don't grab me, it has to be said. Having had a quick look at the beta rules that they put available, the one thing it reminds me of more than anything else so far, or it's very, it kind of ticks a couple of boxes in the back of my mind with another game, and that's if either of you remember Commander Ryzen from Bacchus? Back in the day before Wargames Emporium bought it off them.
Well, let's go back a bit.
Yeah. This is a game I have a painted army for, and also Dave has a painted army for. And then we got it. Both had a painted army. Started playing it, and then basically Wargames Emporium have now bought off it, and they they kept the name, but they completely changed the rules. They've even changed all the basings. They kept the figure range, but everything else has changed. And it was like, rumph. Now I suppose it's one of these things that you can play with the old game rules, especially since there's only a couple. There's only the two of us, so we can still carry on playing it. But in some ways, the beta rules for Age of Tyrants, reminded me a little bit of that in the way that the units are based and the way the units are made up, and in a few other bits and pieces. So, don't know. It's going massively well. It's funded. I think they wanted 20. Yeah, they wanted 20 grand, and it's way past that.
Hope it goes well because you can never have too much 6mm sci-fi. I think so. More the merrier.
Yeah, it is one of these things. I mean, one of our questions, funny enough, for the mailbag later on was asking about Marcus on the blog turned around and said, "Why isn't there a really successful 6mm sci-fi? Any 6mm sci-fi rules out there?"
Spoiler alert! This is content for later.
Yeah. Well,
Actually,
well,
to
no,
be honest, we could answer that question now. Listen.
and of course, because the other thing is, it's like, okay, so we've got Age of Tyrants, 6mm, sci-fi, which is, and that's, I suppose, when the Kickstarter finished, I think that's due to deliver September time.
Yeah.
You've got Polyversal, which is due to be delivered in November. Osprey are releasing, is it Horizon Wars, I think it's called?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. That's coming out at Salute. And that's another 6mm mass battle game. So all of a sudden, there seems to be, it's like buses, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's not forget you can move up to 10mm, and there's Planetfall.
Well, see, this is it. I mean, and this is, I think this is something I'm going to keep coming back to. Is the case of, it's at the point you turn around and go, if you find a really, really good mass battle game, if you find a really good game for a particular genre, you and me, Mike, you and me both think that Planetfall is really, really, really good because that's how it, and it featured really, really highly in our top fives of last year. I start asking, well, it's got to be better than Planetfall for me to invest it, especially when you get systems. And I suppose this is the difference with something like Polyversal. Yeah. Because with Polyversal, you're not buying a system. You're buying a set of rules which is designed to be used generically, which is entirely different from something like Age of Tyrants at all. Because there's so many things these days which are launched as systems as opposed to rules. Yeah, you have to buy into the universe. So again, Drops on Commanders, another really good sci-fi game, map battle. So there's loads out there, but as you say, it's.
But that is a bit of a modern trend. You show me a rule set that's come out recently that doesn't have its own fluff in the universe attached to it.
Yeah, that's true, especially mass battle ones. There's not many of them. Okay, there's fantasy ones.
Quadrant 13.
But Quadrant 13, it's a great game. You got Grunt as well, which is another 15mm scale game. So it seems there's a lot of good 15mm games, a lot of sort of good company level games which are sort of fluff free or fluff agnostic. But as soon as you get out to 6mm, it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems to they're always locked. Even from Epic days, you're locked into that universe. So maybe it's not a case of why aren't there any really, really popular 6mm sci-fi games. Maybe it's a case of there's lots of them, but they're all very specific to specific universes. Which highlights for me why Polyversal is different. Yeah. And maybe it also comes back to sci-fi as a whole, because there's not. There isn't one overwhelming sci-fi sort of universe out there that everybody.
Well, that's what I was. Well, not only that, but as a concept, it's such a broad church that you can have everything from effectively humans versus humans with different technologies on both sides to the whole 40k. Everything is an alien. Everything is different, and every point in between, and no. Well, okay, so there are rule sets out there which try and handle that, but you still wind up having, if you adopt one of those, you do either have to build your own setting, or there does seem to be the 15mm sci-fi brigade. I'm not slacking you off here, guys, if any of you are listening, do seem to have a bit of, well, here's my alien army, there's your alien army, let's fight each other kind of thing going. Yeah, and you don't seem to get that at the smaller scales, which is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we digress massively.
Yeah, so
we do. Okay, so back to Kickstarter.
Back to the news.
Yes, and back to even more Kickstarters. And yes, surprise. We talked about the fact that I talked about zombie fatigue last time round, and here we have a zombie fatigue coupled with Kickstarter fatigue. Oh my word! Mantic are going to fund Walking Dead with a Kickstarter. This one's going to be different. Just one pledge level. Out by August. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay.
Observe how restrained I was there.
You're very good.
You're very quiet.
Medal.
Yeah. You can tell how excited I am about this, and especially given some of the stuff undercurrents that's going on with Mantic and what they've done with Dead Zone. and what they did with and what they've done with the last Dead Zone Kickstarter, which I backed because I wanted some scenery and I wanted a few more enforcers. But to be perfectly honest, other than that, I've kind of ignored it. I just kind of but it's coming, and then suddenly discovering that
Suddenly discovering that the phone rings.
No, that's our timer. We got 5 minutes. Yeah, no, not I hope.
Not going to happen, is it?
No.
No.
So apparently this time we've got an alarm clock on it as well.
Well, there we go.
Oh, wasn't expecting that.
So Mantic have had the thing with the fact that all of a sudden they decided to completely redesign Dead Zone as part of or part of what they were doing with the new Dead Zone Kickstarter that we're currently waiting for delivery. And then they turned around and changed several of the figures from being metal to plastic and a few other bits and pieces, and it caused a lot of ripples. They're basically several people accused them of changing the goalposts and various other bits and pieces. Yeah, interesting. So Mantic returned to the Kickstarter. Well, chocolate.
In Mantic's defence, yeah, you did hear that right. They have got to the point where they're being sufficiently large that people do seem more inclined to take out their frustrations and on them as a target, and of course it doesn't take as high a percentage to make noise for it to be noticeable.
Indeed.
Just a point.
Indeed. No, you're right. No, you are right. And to be fair, Ronnie's come out and has made his defence in several different ways. Especially over the rules, I'm not convinced. When they turned around and went, "Oh, well, the rules are too complicated." No, sorry, I don't agree with that. But there you go. Anyway,
back to the news.
More Kickstarter.
More Kickstarter.
The Heroines in Sensible Shoes Kickstarter.
Indeed.
Which, oh my, those are nice. Heroines in sensible shoes, because not every damsel in a dungeon needs rescuing. And I can hear the dice bag lady cheering off in the distance right now.
Indeed, and they have done remarkably.
They have. Already. They are basically producing a bunch of relatively low-level female adventurers in sensible clothes with sensible amounts of kit. And their first 7 are human rogue, human fighter, human cleric, human magic user, wood elf ranger. That's a very nice figure, actually. I might be stealing that for my Kings of War army. Dwarf fighter, halfling rogue, and human bard. And they're
bard? Bard? Where's the bard come from?
Right on the bottom.
That must be a new stretch goal because yesterday that wasn't there.
I think that may not even be so much a stretch goal as a successfully achieved stretch goal. They have 601 backers. They were after 1,500 quid, and they've made over 18 grand with 6 days to go. So you might not get to hear about this before it finishes, unless Neil's pretty nifty with his editing.
Yeah, it finishes on the 3rd of February, so I've got to get my skates.
But the basic pledge for all 7 pewter figures is only 25 quid.
And if you weren't concentrating, those first 7 figures actually are one each of all the character classes in the original Red Box set.
Yep.
Basic D&D Red Box set. Oh yeah, human bard. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Heroines in sensible shoes. Lovely.
Another little one I found is Circle of Chaos.
Circle? Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, it's done by the guy who runs Ramshackle Games.
Okay.
And he's got 7 sculptors together, and they've each sculpted a sort of evil / chaotic minion, mutant or miscreant. And again, they want 450 quid because they've got the figures made. They just need to make the molds and mold them up.
Job done.
And they've done 900 quid so far, so they've doubled what they want, which is great.
Ooh. So
it's 7 figures. And they look really cool. There's some really nice little figures in there.
There are.
Yeah, the Guardian especially looks really good. So, it's, if you're into your fantasy and you want to sort of chaotic figures to check around and get a dungeon, go and have a look at it. It looks some really interesting stuff in there.
They're a bit out there, but they're out there in a good way.
Yeah, they are. And again,
I do like that quote. Yeah.
When you get to see the show notes for this show, if you look at the link, you'll see exactly what I mean. There's a sort of dark, evil-looking, sort of mossy tree man, green man thing, which looks really rather fun. If you've got any reason to stick that in some kind of dark elfy army, dark woodsy elfy army, that looks really fun. And the mental-looking goblin-y jestery thing that's whacked out as well. It's great, love it.
Yeah, really cool stuff.
Okay.
Should add 19 days to go on that at time of recording, so you will get a chance to pledge on that one.
Yeah, true.
Moving on from new Kickstarters to a couple of news about Kickstarters that are ongoing. Really good news about Open Combat, in the fact that the book is finally at the printers.
Yay. Well done, Carl.
Indeed, well done, mate. From the updates he's been giving out, he's had a bit of a nightmare with this, with having to find a new printer and various other bits and pieces. But
I tell you what, let's get him on the show. I bet you I can get him on the next show. I reckon if I try hard, I'll get him on the next show.
So not taking that bet.
Yes. And fun enough, while we're at it, shall we have a go at getting somebody to talk about Polyversity?
It'd be nice to talk to Byron about what he's doing at Collins Wargames.
Wouldn't it? Think we can pull that one off?
I'll try and do that one as well.
Well, yeah, we'll see what we can do on that.
Yeah.
One. And then interesting article. I don't know how many of you guys actually saw it and read it. And I know this is something that stabs Mr. Hobbs in the wallet. There was an article by
It was written by Blaine Pardo. Now, anybody who's played BattleTech, that name should strike terror into your heart. He wrote a number of the more out there. I don't mean out there in that kind of sense, but some of the standalone BattleTech novels, and contributed quite a few battle mech designs, not all of which were very popular amongst BattleTech players. But he's written a very interesting piece on the demise of Alien Dungeon and All Quiet on the Martian Front, which, if you have any interest in either of those, I'd recommend a read.
It is an interesting read. I mean, he's kind of reading between the lines and drawing his own conclusions, which may or may not be correct. But having said that, it's worth a look, because yet again, we've already talked about shield maidens and orcs. Yeah, this is potentially another thing highlighting what can potentially go wrong with the Kickstarter and its ultimate results.
Yeah.
Apparently it was all my fault. For what?
Really?
Yeah. I'm sorry, chaps.
So,
because I wanted the stuff I paid for.
Moving up to the big boys.
Yes.
I actually missed this last show, but since there was quite a bit of fun stuff in here, I thought I'd point it out. Battlefront announced their 2016 lineup earlier in January. Finally, some World War II Pacific forces for those of you who want some Japanese and some Leathernecks and other things like that.
God, it's taken them long, isn't it?
It has, hasn't it? I mean, I used to say, one of my running comments about the reason I have so much Battlefront stuff is fundamentally if it took the battlefield anywhere in World War II, then Battlefront probably do it in 15 mil. It turns out the particular forces for which this was not the case was the US in the Pacific and the Japanese, which they appear to be in the process of fixing. They're also dropping hints that there will be 2 more forces for Team Yankee, which is their Cold War set of rules, which will be the British and the Germans.
Yes, indeed.
Which looks rather fun if you go for that period in 15 mil. And they've also announced, this is quite interesting, a new collectible model World War II tank combat game called, this is a great inspiring name, this, and I wish I'd thought of it, Tanks.
Collectible model.
Yeah, the interesting thing, and I'm particularly curious because it might be quite an interesting way of snapping up such buildings. Basically, buildings. There are things called they're producing things called tank expansions. And these contain a tank card, a hero crew card, 2 crew cards, 2 upgrade cards, and a coloured plastic tank. And now looking at the shots on the website, they've got Sherman 75 and 76, Pershing, Super Pershing, Stug, Panzer IV, Panther, Jagd Panther, T-34, T-34-85, Su-85, Su-100. You're getting the idea here. Sherman 5, Sherman Firefly, Cromwell, Comet. They might be quite a nice... I don't know what the price point's going to be for these, but they are fairly quick and easy. Judging from the assembly instructions, they look to be about 10 or 11 parts. Plastic tanks in 15mm. They look to me...
Hang on, but you said they were painted.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not painted.
They're not painted. But they look to me to be... They are... What's the best description? They're a stage between... In fact, they're probably slightly fewer parts than the open fire ones. And they're a stage up from those horrible Airfix plastic ones that were in the battle sets. So, worth keeping an eye on. You never know.
It's almost like it's almost like a dare I say, like a World of Tanks tie-in, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. And on the subject of people producing cut-down versions of really good games to get people started, Hobbsy.
Oh, is this my cue?
Yeah.
Yes. Firestorm Task Force.
What's that all about then?
That was almost seamless. Well done.
That was good, wasn't it? We are getting good. I tell you what, this is good stuff. Firestorm Task Force.
A little bit of editing, and nobody had noticed you'd missed your cue.
No, not at all. No. Thanks for pointing it out. Right, so Firestorm Task Force. Just been announced by Spark. It's a game in the Firestorm Armada universe, using spaceships which are compatible for Firestorm Armada, but it's a game you can play in about half an hour. So little starter sets come out. They're about £40 for two forces and all the rules and templates and all that sort of stuff. And you get one of those and you can play a little game on the table, half an hour, bang. And then if you want to upgrade to Firestorm Armada, you can use the ships in that as well.
Yeah, so when you say forces compatible with Armada, what are these kind of like smaller ships? Or?
Yeah, they're all sort of smaller sort of frigates like cruisers, that sort of stuff. So they'll be doing the stats for the ships that you can use in Armada. So basically, you buy one game, you get a shoe-in to play Armada if you want. And then obviously you can expand the force you got from Task Force and start buying some of the packs from Armada to, make a bigger fleet. If that makes sense. But I looked at it and thought, actually, it's not a bad idea because Armada's a nice little game. And I enjoy playing there, even though I keep losing. But it can take a while. You're looking at sort of 2 hours, for a sort of medium-sized game. But if there's a way that, especially at that price, £40 for a starter set for 2 people, it's a great little price. So, 2 people, they could, 20 quid each, off you go. You got 2 forces, or you can buy one each and split the forces. So it looks interesting. And they're producing free starter sets. So basically they've got the 6 core nations that they've got in the Firestorm Armada universe. And
they're facing off one against the other, yeah?
Yeah. And they've got this modular approach to the building of the ships as well. So each ship has got a sort of a core keel, and then you sort of drop parts on. So they've included magnets as well. So you can magnetize and add in like a main body section over the keel. And it's one type of cruiser, and then drop another one on, and it's another type of cruiser, which again is a nice little idea.
All right, so basically it's a case of although they're multi-part models, and you can, you're not actually stuck with the point of okay, I'm making a decision on making this cruiser. Actually, you can swap and change because of the magnets.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. That's nice.
So very interesting, and came out of the blue.
Good stuff. That sounds good. Blast from the past, and certainly blast from my past. Cool. Airfix. You may remember before Christmas, or just before Christmas, Modiphius, who we've spoken to a long time ago about Achtung Cthulhu. If you remember Achtung Cthulhu, amongst other things, and they were the guys who behind the Thunderbirds game, which I really enjoyed, and what have you. Anyway, they're coming out with a new game which is coupled with Airfix, called Airfix Battles,
which oddly doesn't seem to have any figures in there from Airfix, or did I get that wrong?
It has to be said, in the original starter game that they're releasing, it contains no plastic figures whatsoever, which is quite interesting. Although apparently, all the everything in there is based on like Airfix artwork and all that sort of thing, and it's fully intended to be completely compatible, and it's based on the current Airfix range. And there's a very good Q&A with Chris in the latest in issue 394 of Miniature Wargames. Some of us started wargaming with Airfix. I know I was that soldier, and so interest. Yeah, it looks interesting. I'd like to know a little bit more about it, to be honest. I mean, I'm sort of for pre-order at the moment, and it's going to say it's £25, and we're going to get Chris on the show to come and chat about it. So Airfix Battles is up for pre-order at the moment, and they're offering a couple of extras as an incentive to pre-order. But I mean, Airfix is a blast from guys of a certain age. Certainly, it's a blast from our past. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with it. I was also interested to see one of the game designers is a guy called Alan Paul, who is one of the guys who, if you know your board gaming, is one of the guys behind Surprise Stare, a UK board game designer. I actually interviewed him at the UK Games Expo last year because he was working on a kind of a simulation type World War II game then, which has kind of been in development for a while. So whether or not this is a bit of an offshoot of that, I don't know. But he's quite a well-known board game designer with Surprise Day. I mean, I think the one that immediately springs to mind that he did was something called Confucius. But anyway, so interesting, and hopefully we'll get Chris on the show and find out all about it.
Now, if we're going to discuss both World War II rules and game designers from history. Anybody remember the name Jim Bamborough?
Gotta say I don't.
No, sorry.
Right. Okay, right. You used to work for TSR.
Oh, blimey, that's back in the day.
Quite a few D&D and AD&D modules. Wrote Warhammer Campaign, The Enemy Within, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and a bunch of other stuff. Okay. He's now writing for a company, writing and owning a company called Wargames Design, who have just working on a set of World War II rules called Combat HQ, for which the first cut at the armor rules are now available as a free download.
Ooh.
I've had a very quick peek, because I only found them about 10 minutes before we started recording. Nicely laid out, look quite interesting. A very interesting activation mechanism, which reminds me a bit of Sword and Spear, but not entirely. And might be worth a deeper look at some point.
We shall add that to the list.
Indeed.
Might be September, though. We're getting pretty full at the moment.
2017.
Yeah.
It's not quite that bad, but it feels like it at times at the moment. Yeah. Yes.
Last one for me, and a quick one. Otherworld have been releasing more figures, and they've done some really nice satires and some gnolls and some elementals, which look lovely. So they look good. So yes,
so they'll be falling off a shelf near you very soon.
Yep, pretty much. I'm starting to run a little bit short now of
That's because you keep getting hit on the head.
Yeah.
Boom, and indeed, Tish. Yes.
Yes. Because I'm a little bit short of fantasy things to paint up. So
yeah. There you are.
I down to my last couple of boxes.
Another quickie. Night models.
Oh yeah.
Have some rather tasty 70 mil, I think they are, aren't they?
Yeah, they're chunky.
70 mil?
Superhero models have just announced the Marvel Universe miniatures game.
What, in 70 mil?
In 70 mil. It's skirmish RPG light. I mean, it's got to be. It's 4 to 7 figures aside. And, well, hey, if you've got the figures, you might as well do something with them.
Are you sure it's 70 mil? And it's not the same size as the ones they've done for Batman and stuff?
Well, I suppose it could be.
Which is 32 mil.
Not, I was looking on the website and I can't see, unless they've just not announced the figures yet. They haven't announced anything on the website yet as regards figures for this. So, well, who knows? We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
And the last thing, we'll come back to you again, Mr. Whitaker. Latest news on Hereward.
Sheesh. Anybody would think I was running a wargame show or something. I'm rather chuffed to announce that we have an official Saga Melee in the show tournament calendar, as well as a Dread Bull Regional.
Oh, cool.
So our thanks to headline sponsor Gripping Beast for generously providing prize support for the former, and a head judge.
Which isn't me.
Which isn't you. That's a shock. I must admit, I was waiting for the. Oh yeah, that's me.
It's not Mike.
No, I should be there with my Meeples t-shirt on this year. And not my Saga t-shirt.
I'm hoping to be wearing my "Please God, prize me off my front desk so I can actually see some part of this show I'm running" t-shirt.
That'd be good.
Oh, yeah.
And that, I think, is the news.
I think so. I think we got to the.
It's not bad.
Blimey. Yeah. It's not bad. It only took us half an hour again. Oh, grief.
Guys, stop making stuff.
Yes.
Yes, and that's only the stuff we spotted. Well, the stuff we spotted and found interesting. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we've got a couple of interviews for you.
I'm talking to Wayne Bolland, who is the sub-editor of Wargames Illustrated, who was round at the Peterborough Club because they're doing a series on clubs. And in fact, I think if you've seen the January issue, it should be out by now. I think it's the January issue. There's a feature on the Sheffield Club, who were the first one they visited, and they came round to visit us in the middle of January, caught us on a fairly representative day, and hopefully you'll get a nice little feature that tells everybody all about the club, what we're doing, what kind of games we're playing, that kind of thing. And on top of that, I cornered him in one of the spare offices in our room, and we had a very nice 25-minute chat that covered everything from what Wargames Illustrated is up to now, which taught me things I didn't know, to the role of Kickstarters in wargaming, and many points in between. Following
the interview with Wayne, myself and Mr. Hobbs will be talking to Craig Armstrong, who is the author of a fantasy set rules called Lords and Lands, and also the editor of SSQ magazine. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back with the interviews. Have you ever wondered what's going on in wargaming? We do too. So come with us as we go behind the hobby with the Meeples and Miniatures interview.
Here we are at Peterborough Wargames Club, and I'm with Wayne from Wargames Illustrated, who's been coming around to do a feature on the club. Now, what I didn't warn you about is we have a little rule on the Meeples podcast, which is that our first-time guests get to tell us how they got started in the hobby. So, how did you find turning to a wargamer?
Proper wargaming really around the age of 15. Being a geek, I had a big fascination for comic books. My friends and I managed to shoplift to death the local comic book store in Nottingham, which is all full of us. The only place that sold comic books apart from that in Nottingham was Games Workshop.
Right.
So we went to Games Workshop. The lady that sold the comics was very pretty. Being 15 and 16 years old, I quite liked her. Then one day I noticed that there were a bunch of figures for a thing called Judge Dredd. So I started buying those.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the really old Judge Dredd range.
Really old Citadel Miniatures one. I started buying those. Then along came some plastic figures of Orcs and Dwarves, which I thought were quite cool. And then I got to know the assistant manager there, Carl Tebbit. If you're listening, Carl, hi, it's your fault. And he came up with an idea of this game called Warhammer 40,000. Rogue Trader. And I thought, I'm going to try that. And then before you know it, suddenly I've got a bedroom full of toy soldiers and rule sets and terrain. And then after playing the sci-fi version, Carl and a couple of other lifelong friends now invited me down to a Wargames club, science fiction Wargames club, but they played other things as well, historical stuff. First time I treated like an adult for my hobby, and the rest is history and several £100,000 later.
And you sound like you're actually one of those people who didn't have the mid-20s, 30s break.
No, not at all.
Which is quite interesting because nearly everyone we talk to says, I did it in my teens. When I went to uni, I discovered some combination of girls, beer, cars, or role-playing games.
Right. I did all those things. I'm rare in that I probably carried on gaming whilst having nightclubs, girls, cars, all sorts of other interesting adventures. But along the way, gaming was always there. Games Workshop gamer for a long time. Then first historical game I played was actually Sword and the Flame. The first set of figures I bought were handed to me by a very young Michael Perry back at a really old Foundry site. I bought some Zulu War Brits, because I'd seen the movie.
Cool.
And I bought some Great War, World War One Brits and Germans. And that was a special day.
It's a tough period to wargame that, though.
Yeah, it was early war.
Yeah, which is a lot more open.
But what's interesting, by then I knew that the early war was a lot more open.
Right.
So that shows the rapid evolution of my knowledge and also the historical side of things. I've always been a historian. So.
And then you wound up with Wargames Illustrated.
Yeah, so after a number of years in the real world, working in the civil service, which was frightfully dull, and then going to university late, at the age of 26, becoming a teacher, working in the independent sector, wargaming still carried on, always in the background, always there. And then after 18 years in teaching, the teaching profession has changed a lot. The teaching's great, the rest of it's wrong.
I hear that a lot. We have several teachers there.
So along came this lovely guy called Dan one day, who said, I'm looking for someone to take over as sub-editor. I didn't realise what that meant at the time. It means doing all the work. And then...
If you're listening, Dan, he didn't mean it.
He offered me a little bit more money than I was being paid. And I get to do my hobby all day. And yeah, it's just over 2 years now, and I've not got bored once.
Brilliant. So what's the plan behind this? I mean, obviously you've come and you've talked to our guys, you've listened in on our weekly planning bonfight.
Yeah.
But
which I love, by the way. You're very organised as a club.
We try.
Yeah.
It's not always the
on surface anyway. Underneath,
yes, it's the classic swan. We're paddling like mad underneath. But this is part of the series, I gather.
Yeah, we call it Club Focus at the present time. We really genuinely want to be a resource for hobbyists rather than just showing you things every month and talking about things. We rely upon hobbyists to write for us.
Right.
We're very lucky that we have a sort of like a core of writers, but we also enjoy bringing in other people as well. And if we're going to stay current and we were going to be part of the hobby rather than just in our ivory tower, we've got to come and see clubs. So I've started with, the first one was the Sheffield Club. You're the second one at Peterborough. I'm very fortunate of being invited to go to the Nottingham Wargames Club, who've been around since 1969, which I found fascinating.
I think they beat us.
Yeah. But the idea is that over time, and if anybody's interested who's listening, we want to move further and further out. Now, my boss isn't going to pay for me to go to Australia. But in the ideal world, I have no problem at all, and neither does he, expanding out into France and Germany. I've been fortunate enough to meet hobbyists from over there, maybe popping over to America once a year, twice a year, trying to meet some people over there, because it's one hobby and we are part of that hobby, and we understand that we don't make the hobby. It's guys like you and the other clubs that make the hobby, that help us do the job we do.
So where next after us?
As I said, Nottingham Wargames Club, only because, ironically, where they still are, I was downstairs at the Nottingham Sci-Fi Club when I started wargaming.
And it is sort of Wargames Mecca, isn't it?
Well,
to a degree.
What we've realised is, it's one of the biggest criticisms levelled at us. All we talk about is Nottingham. But it is the lead belt. It is the home of wargaming in many ways.
I like that.
Having said that, a lot of people are out there doing things, and there's small companies and big companies, and we want to know about all of it. I want to know about all of it. When I took on the job, I made it clear that I wanted to champion everybody, the one-man bands, all the way up to the warlords. And if I'm not doing that, I don't think we're reflecting the hobby.
No, I don't think
there are guys at this club tonight who are playing games that I've not thought about playing in years and have never played. That's healthy, that's good, that's progressive. And in order for us to have our finger on the pulse of that, we've got to remember that for every wonderful Mantic and every marvellous warlord and everything like that, there are 2 or 3 blokes who are in their shed right now. Like a very good friend I've got to know over the past year rather, a chap called Rolf Hedges at RH Models. He's a one-man band in a shed. He does all the casting and sculpting himself. That's amazing. I can't do that. Having been for a brief time a one-man band trader myself, I understand some of the frustrations of that, and I want to help as many traders and gamers and hobbyists as I can to enjoy the hobby and maybe just push their products a little bit.
I think it's actually also quite surprising. Once you get down below Games Workshop, Mantic, suddenly you're into husband and wife does the accounts.
Absolutely, yeah. As my wife and I were, for a brief time.
Or somebody who's doing the sculpting and subcontracting the casting, or things like that. And
I'm very lucky. I've got, again, living in Nottingham, I'm very lucky. A good friend who's also a good thing for the industry is Nick Eyre at North Star. And he, once upon a time, was just him and another guy in a tiny little unit. Now he's much bigger, distributes everybody. Distributes stuff that I wouldn't have even thought of distributing. But he also does the mould making, the casting, organises the publication, works with Osprey, but he also works with Warplock Miniatures, with a new firm, very small firm, one man and his mum and dad, working really hard in the industry. If you like, he'll think I'm smarming up to him. But people like Nick are kind of like role models for people that want to help out the hobby. Nick helps the hobby every single time. Yes, he buys from Warlord. He also buys from Warplock. He also buys small press and publishes small press rules.
Osprey, let's face it, pretty big.
Yeah. Dave Ryan, Carver Books.
Yeah.
Or Nottingham, all pushing the hobby as much as they can. Also making money out of it. But why not? Because everybody else does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So what's new in Wargames Illustrated? I noticed, I quite nearly embarrassed myself, realising that you're not actually owned by Battlefront anymore.
No, as of April last year, 2015, there was a management buyout by the current owner, Dan Falconbridge, who was the editor from when it was Battlefront.
Right.
Because Dan had some very good ideas about where we wanted to go, and Battlefront were quite happy to keep the magazine the way it was, which was working. It wasn't a failing business at all.
But it was failed. A bit of a Flames of Warhouse mag, wasn't it?
Yes and no.
I'll be honest, and anybody who listens to this podcast will know my opinions on Flames of War.
Right.
Which is why I dropped it as one of my regular Wargames reading.
Right.
And clearly I need to revisit that.
There were some restrictions.
There were.
There aren't any restrictions anymore. We do have a fantastic relationship with Battlefront. It's not a parting of the ways. However, having said that, you will still see some Flames of War content in the magazine, but we're also much freer. So, for example, we're finishing off March now. In there are 2 pieces about the new Flames of War Pacific War supplements. But there's also Terminator Genesis, the miniatures game, I might call it missing. One of the supplements, one of the scenarios that didn't make it into the original rulebook because the movie wasn't out at that time. We can negotiate that because Alessio Cavatore writes for us. We know him. as a supporter of us and the hobby, we can do that. We've also got a whole bunch of stuff about the Duke of Marlborough. That's themed around the March issue. But in February, we've also got the Wars That Never Were. Now, we want to be able to do that once upon a time. The Wars That Never Were involves a project I'm involved in on the periphery, but also it's the imagination side of things. Brigadier Charles S. Grant has very kindly written for us about imaginations. There are things that we can do now that we wouldn't have been encouraged to do then. And I'm very lucky that I've got a boss and an owner of the magazine now who understands that there's lots of different parts of the hobby.
It's a very broad church.
It's incredibly broad, isn't it? And
I mean, we go from we used to. It seems to become less of late, but there was a time when upstairs was entirely 40k, and a bit before that, there was a time when upstairs was almost entirely Flames of War. But that seems to have stopped happening now, which is quite interesting. I don't know quite why. I think maybe it's just the hobby seems to, over the last few years, we seem to have got a much wider growth in.
There's massive growth in rule sets. I think Osprey having cheaper rule sets, the preponderance at the minute of skirmish gaming,
what we call versus boutique or RPG light,
versus mass battle games. I went through a phase of only playing skirmish games, and then I made myself play mass battle games. I played Longstreet because I enjoyed it. Across Deadly Field because I enjoyed it. I had the great fortune to meet the sadly missed John Hill over at Historicon, and he was a great guy to talk to. He's one of my heroes. I mean, it's a bit of a wobble when I met him, to be honest. But you know, it's was such a. I think Warhammer 40,000 spawned thousands of imitators.
Yeah,
and I think those imitators do it better now. Flames of War. The new Team Yankee supplement I really like. The new rules I enjoy playing. I'm collecting armies for it. But I stopped Flames of Warring a while ago.
Well, I unashamedly admit that I probably own more Battlefront figures than most Flames of War players. But I mostly play I Ain't Been Shot On.
Yes.
But you can't argue with the fact that, you know, if it took the field in World War II, it's probably somewhere in Battlefront's catalogue.
Yes, absolutely. And they are the home of 15mm wargaming in many ways for World War II. However, having said that, there's others. Peter Pig, Classic Soldier Company. Yeah. That's where we are.
Still, if you can find them.
Yeah, if you can find them. It's a different hobby to how it was. I think in the past 3-4 years, you're saying Flames of War, 40k have kind of disappeared.
I think what it is the monopolies have gone.
Yeah, that's it.
40k used to, Warhammer Fantasy used to pretty much have the Fantasy Mass Battle monopoly, and now there's, apart from Kings of War, there's Sword and Spear, the fantasy version coming out. There's Dragon Rampant, which we're playing next week.
Yeah. It's one of the most creative periods in wargaming I can think of as a gamer.
We're having trouble actually finding enough time to talk to everybody we want to talk to.
Yeah, this is it. It's why we like going to shows, it's why we like going to clubs, it's why we like meeting people based around Nottingham, etc. But we want to get beyond that. We don't want to be known for just using the fantastic resource of Nottingham. We want to be known for heading up and maybe seeing the lovely people at Westwind.
Yes,
that's
lovely people.
They are lovely people, indeed. I've tried very hard to talk to people like Hassle Free and Heresy Miniatures, but they're just very busy. But I would love to bring them in and show them off, because one of the things I found interesting is one of my remits was originally US editor, living in Beeston, Nottingham. It's quite hard to be the American editor. However, when you meet some of the American hobbyists, they've got a completely different take on the things that I like.
Yeah.
And they've also got little awareness, some of them, of everything that's happening over here. And I think vice versa.
And the conventions are completely different in feel, aren't they?
I love their conventions.
Yeah, well, I've
been to 2 now.
I come from a background of running all weekend science fiction conventions,
which
is panels.
So you get it. Yeah.
And there's a degree to it. I'd love at our show to have a couple of panels.
That's interesting. I'm smiling, everybody.
That's
what we're thinking
tossing around the idea of doing a Meeples live next. We did a round table come and talk to us this year, this past year, and this year we've got a slightly bigger part of the venue, and there's a little stage that we might use for something a little more interactive.
I think we could use our luminaries, our VIPs, our sculptors and rules writers differently. When I go to a lot of shows, you see a sculptor sculpting. That's their stock in trade. But why are we not sitting down with them and looking at them from the perspective of asking questions about sculpting, sculpting workshops?
One of the things that I'm really sorry I missed, because I was having people take tricks out of my eye, was the Royal Army. You know, the Royal Armouries have been putting on the War Games.
Yeah, that's right.
As a thank you to those of us who put on their Napoleonic game, we had a day looking at all their World War I stuff, including a chance to chat to one of Perry's. Which I was gutted at missing. Absolutely gutted.
But you see, I'm off to Tactica soon, and Tactica, the German show in Hamburg, they invite over Alan and Michael Perry and Ali Morrison, and they are there, and they show the hobby at its best and their sculpting skills at their best, and they're there to be spoken to, and they're there to interact. Now, it would be great if there was a half-hour seminar where people got to ask them questions.
It's the interesting question of how you tie it into the normal British War Games background buzz of people playing games and visiting trade stores. I'm sure there are ways of doing it.
Hammerhead does it very well. The participation game, that's the nearest I've got to going to what I would call an American convention.
Hammerhead is one of the shows we modelled ourselves
which is great.
We were very keen that people should not see wargamers backs playing a game they could play any Saturday.
I think what you have to do these days, and it's what we've noticed as traders as well as a magazine, you have to pick your show for what you want to do. If you want to go to a fantastic shopping mall, salute.
Yes.
You see the best and brightest of British talent and overseas talent all in one place over the course of one day.
And it pretty much takes you a whole day to walk around all the stores.
And you can shop to your drop, and it's brilliant. There are also some fantastic games those traders put on, which should be praised. And there's also all those clubs that travel all that way. We put on 5 events now at 5 individual things as part of our purview. Absolute. And we enjoy it every time because we get clubs to run games.
We just did the Dambusters game. Which we have to say we won an award for.
So you've got that, and then at the opposite end, but a similar sort of joie de vivre, using a bit of French, is the Hammerhead show. And
one of my favourites.
And the way the Partisan show is developing now,
particularly since that new venue that they're moving to, is lovely. Also, as I have commented in the past on this podcast, serves the best tea of any wargame show.
There we go. So it's a great time to be a gamer. I've never known such a positive time to be a gamer. We are spoilt for figures, so much so that I can't choose between one range and the next sometimes. We are spoilt for rules. We are spoilt for enthusiastic companies making this hobby what it is. I also think we're spoilt for great gamers now, and great hobbyists, and great people within the hobby.
And we've also got a Kickstarter, which is an interesting thing to enter the hobby, isn't it?
I think the Kickstarter thing is starting to die away a bit.
It's funny you should say that. There appears to be 2 ways of doing it. There's the Mantic way, which is clearly planned, and they know what they're doing, and these stretch goals should not be a surprise to anybody because they sure as heck aren't to Mantic. But then you get, and we seem to have a lot more in the past 6 months, of people who are setting a target in the low thousands for... there was a bunch of guys producing some really nice mounted stag riders. Fantasy ones. You saw those.
Is it Axe Faction?
I think so. Yes, they're a small. They also got a small set of fantasy rule set in their own fantasy world, and the number of King's War players were pouncing on that. To get some interesting elven cavalry. And there's been a whole bunch like that recently, which is, to my mind, far more the thing that Kickstarter's aiming at.
It should be. To me, a Kickstarter, as someone posted recently, a Kickstarter should be for small companies, a small business, to kickstart that business.
I think it could be either. I don't see a problem with the way Mantic do it, but I think the problem is that some of the expectations that Mantic have set have started bleeding into the small, what you want to call the small press Kickstarters, and that just makes me want to slap people.
Right, okay.
And say, take your entitlement issues elsewhere. This is not a Mantic Kickstarter.
I see what you mean. The fact that perhaps the smaller companies can't deliver in the same way that Mantic
or can't deliver. There's people complaining because we're not getting 53 million extra stretch goals, and I'm going, look, guys, these people have not got Mantic's resources.
I'm willing to back any Kickstarter who can guarantee me that they've got the sculpts done, not renders, sculpts, and they've actually got figures and moulds ready to go.
And they're looking for...
The only ones I've backed have been exactly that. The Panzerfaust one, the sort of like old hammerish one by Tim Prowse, the name of it which escapes me. Those are Kickstarters where I knew the figures existed because they'd shown me the figures existed. I won't back a Kickstarter where there's just renders. Mantic set that idea up by always having figures since the first one that you knew you were buying into, and they were able
even if some of the stretch goals are renders.
Yes.
But then you're certainly with a smaller company, you're excused that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the Conan one, the Conan board game, which had some fantastic early sculpts, and then they were going into the how much money have we made? Help mode.
I think Kickstarter can kill companies if that company is badly organised.
Yeah.
I also think it can be a great boon to a small company. I do personally, for me, I think it's being a little bit done to death now. I'm preferring companies now that only have the product, but have sourced that product in a different way, so that the minute you have bought into it, in whichever way, it's already ready for you. So a case in point is the Terminator Genesis miniatures game. River Horse put in their own money. People complained that the product wasn't as good as it could be when it first came out. I thought it was great. I saw what it could have been, and I saw what it is. It's a great product. Having said that, that was all funded under the licensing agreement by pretty much one man. And that man has done a cracking job at selling that product. I kind of have more respect for those that don't kickstart now. Having said that, there are some fantastic things coming out because of Kickstarter.
It's a very interesting addition to the hobby.
Yeah. I think, isn't it? Am I right in saying? I believe there was a survey recently. Miniature games and board games has been the best kickstarted products of 2015 or something like that.
Does not surprise me.
Compared to computer games.
You know how many boxes I have sitting in my workshop of things that I really want to open.
See, I don't. You see, I'm being good this year. I'm going for certain projects.
This past year, I had a no figures pledge.
Really?
As listeners of the podcast will know, I circumvented this with a number of board games. Conveniently, including Plastic Soldier Company's Great War, which was, of course, a board game. So this year I'm off the board games because I've got enough to play to keep me going till Doomsday.
Yes.
And
if I retired tomorrow, I would never get all the models and.
Well, you know what they say, you can't die with unpainted figures, so you're good for a while to go.
That's good. I'll keep going for as long as I can.
And on that note, I think that's probably a good point to call it. Assuming we have listeners in clubs who are interested in getting in touch with you for being on this feature, how would they go about it?
If they go to our Facebook page, leave us a message.
Must follow you on note to self. Must follow you on Facebook.
Leave us a message there. Then either myself or one of the colleagues will get in touch and give you an email address, probably for me, to have a chat. And we're quite willing to go almost anywhere, as long as the mileage allowance isn't too much and the expenses aren't too extreme.
And preferably the Sun Motor Park, which you
do well. Parking is good. Parking is good. Yeah.
Well, it's been brilliant having you at the club, and lovely to get a chance to interview you.
Thanks very much. No problem.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to Mike for recording that interview with Wayne. Hope you
told you it was interesting.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, really, really good. Really enjoyed it, mate.
I had my eyes opened as I had completely sat there under the apprehension that Wargames Illustrated is still owned by Battlefront.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no. Well, clearly not. No. And I shall probably resubscribe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of interesting stuff going on. Lots of interesting stuff. So that was really interesting. That was a really interesting interview. I really enjoyed that, mate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now coming up, myself and Mr. Hobbs talked to Craig Armstrong. We caught up with him and had what turned out to be quite a long chat, actually. Primarily about the Wargames rules, but about a couple of other things as well. So that's coming up for you now. We're pleased to welcome to the Meeples and Miniatures podcast, Craig Armstrong. Hello, Craig.
Hi, guys. How are you? Pleased to be here.
Thank you for coming on. Good to speak to you. Craig is master of lots of trades, I think, or maybe jack of all trades.
Yeah, it's more like it.
Yeah, Craig is a rules writer. He's a fanzine editor. And he's also a commission painter and reenactor and lots of other stuff. So it would be really good to get Craig on the show and have a chat with him. So, as we do with all our guests who are on the show for the first time, Craig, first question is going to be, how on earth did you get into gaming?
I wish it was something interesting, but it's not really. It's the same as I've listened to a lot of shows. And pretty much my experience of gaming is, my introduction to gaming is pretty much the same as anybody else's, really. So, Dungeons and Dragons in the 1980s. It was actually, my older brother was 5 years older than me, and he started gaming first. And then I used to sort of listen in on the games until I was a little bit older and started to play for myself. Mm-hmm. So, did a bit of that in the 80s.
So was that basic edition or advanced?
Yeah, it was basic. It was red box basic, yeah.
Oh. Keep on the Borderlands. Yay.
Yes, yeah, I've still got the module, yeah.
Okay.
And then went on to pretty much what everybody else does with it. A taste of a bit of Games Workshop, did some Warhammer Fantasy, and then did the box set. You know, you pay, I think it was £10 then. You got like, 30 or 40 Skeleton Warriors in the box. And I was all set and good to go, so played that for a bit. And then went on to 40k. It was Rogue Trader then.
Oh, yeah.
Did a bit of that. Loved that. Got beaten regularly. Worked for a little while, a couple of years, and then went to university and did my nursing degree and nursed for a bit and got fed up with that. Went to India. Lived in India for a bit. And then when I came back, met my wife, had family. And then got back into wargaming. Bit of a war games hussy, so I do a bit of everything really. Any scale I'll play, any rule set, any genre, any scale. So pretty much got one or two armies in most scales, but certainly anything less than 15 floats my boat usually.
All right, so very much smaller scale as opposed to large scale stuff. Yeah. Yeah,
usually. I've got some 28s of the Lord of the Rings stuff. I've got in it's 20. Is it 25? Mm-hmm. But there's not often that I go much beyond 15. Got some 20mm moderns, but most of it's 15 and below.
So, is there a particular period that you prefer gaming, or a particular genre?
No, it's every Wednesday we meet at the Leeds War Games Club, and it's pretty much whatever anybody else wants to play. We all sort of pitch in and come up with ideas and decide between us what we want to do. So it's any scale, any genre, but a little bit of Ancients. What have I been playing recently? I've been doing a lot of Lord and Lands recently. The poor guys at the War Games Club have been very patient and doing some play testing and stuff for me with that.
Yeah.
And a little bit of sci-fi recently as well. I've been getting into Robin Fitton's sci-fi rules, Grunts.
Oh, Grunts.
Yeah.
So I've been doing a bit of that recently and enjoying painting those immensely. Great stuff.
Good set of rules, Grunts.
Yeah, it is. It's really good, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then probably on top of the Leeds War Games Club in the winter months, we do a little bit of RPG. Sometimes a bit of Warhammer, and but usually it's I run Victoriana games, which are great fun if you haven't tried them. It's they're awesome. So yeah, so a little bit of that. That's about the size of it, really.
You were talking about getting the guys from Leeds helping you play test Lords and Lands.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really nice sort of step into why we got you here.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. However, before we do that, and we'll come back to that. I just want to check. So Leeds, is that the club that runs Fiasco?
Yes, that's right. So yeah, it is.
Okay, right, cool. I suppose we've got an excuse to come up to Leeds now, haven't we? Mind you,
yeah, you should. It's a good show. It's not the biggest, but it's in the Royal Armouries. So
it's in the Royal Armouries, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's only about 20 yards from the Hall of Steel, which is, you've got to see it to believe it. Really, that's fantastic. So it's well worth a visit.
Yeah. Oh well. Oh, I've got an extra excuse to go up there.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, okay, so, Mr. Hobbs, would you care to say that again?
No. I've said it once now. Okay. So Craig, you were chatting about having the guys from your local club helping you with Lords and Lands, which is a great little segue into Lords and Lands. So tell us a bit about where the idea came from and what you were trying to achieve with the rules.
Yeah, sure.
Well, hang on. First off, let's say, what is Lords and Lands? Right.
Well, I suppose it's quite a generic rule system. So I wanted it came about selfishly, really, because we tend to chat a lot when we're gaming, and the 2 or 3 hours that we game for, inevitably. We tend to miss the end of games and not draw them to a conclusion because we've been too busy talking about one thing and another. So selfishly, I thought about writing a rule system that we could use that would definitely be drawn to a conclusion inside of 2 hours.
Right. So
that was the idea behind it initially. To start off with, I'd come up with the core rules in probably a couple of weeks. It didn't take long. I was on some annual leave. And I came up with the core rules in a couple of weeks. But obviously the play testing took about 18 months longer than that. But obviously you go through all these evolutions and start changing minor things. And what was, 2 or 3 sides of A4 becomes a 30-page document. But I wanted to keep it really simple and fast play. So the emphasis in Lords and Lands was when you say war game, it was certainly the emphasis was on game. But at the same time, I wanted it to act in a realistic way, but I didn't want it to get bogged down with rules. So just put pen to paper and came up with a rule system, and then we play test it to bits over a period of months, what actually went on to be a period of years. And then in the end, we got to the point where we weren't making any changes anymore, so got it published. Went from there, really.
So with your love of the smaller scale, it seems fairly natural for you to actually do a sort of big battle games, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fair to say that was the intention. Was it actually says on the cover it's mass battles. So yeah, that was the intention. It was basically I really enjoyed War Master, and I really enjoyed DBA. But DBA had a whiff of bookkeeping to it. It was all quite mathematical. Yeah. And War Master was something that generally went on too long for our 2-hour playing sessions on a Wednesday. So it was the initial idea was to bridge the gap somewhere between the two.
So you've done it as a fantasy set, but you've also released some historical army lists. So what was the driver to actually release it as a fantasy set instead of a historical set?
But it's when we were playtesting, just because we had those miniatures and it was a matter of preference, and because the Microworld minis in the US, Stephen Salotti, who has an absolutely drool-worthy set of Fantasy 6mm miniatures. So I wanted an excuse to buy as many armies of that from that company as I possibly could. So this seemed like a good way of doing it.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable reason for writing.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. It's okay. You're amongst friends here.
I just kept telling the wife it was for the rule system, and it was an absolute must.
Oh yes, it's research. Yeah, it's definitely must.
So I don't know if you've seen Steve's fantasy range, but he's got some fantastic fantasy miniatures, and some of them are the usual, your orcs and your elves and your dwarfs and everything else, and then he's got something akin to it is a demon army really, and then he's got a human army that leans over to the evil side, and he's got some delvers. It's like a mole man army, and he's got the undead, and it's got woodland, which are basically all your centaurs and your wood elves and everything else. So it was the fantastic set of miniatures. So thought I'd get a few of those, and that's really why I went with the fantasy version first. And then, of course, had loads of 6mm armies because we play Warmaster usually, we use Warmaster Ancients. We usually play in 6mm, so it seemed sensible to shift the rules. They were so generic that it seemed sensible to shift the rules or to include them. And what I realised was that there was no real, in the core army list, there was no real difference between what was fantasy and what was historic. So the content would change, obviously, but the two would be completely interchangeable. And then because of the pip system, which I'm sure we'll talk about, but because of the pip system, the bonuses, you could use magic and stuff and spend pips to do that. But if you were using a historic army, you could kind of nullify that bonus by using the pips to boost your combat and your movement and everything else. So they play quite nicely together. It's pretty seamless, so I'm quite proud of that.
Yeah, this is something we see more and more now. I think there's been quite a few sort of mass battle historical games coming out, which are extending themselves to do fantasy, or in some cases came from a fantasy game but became a historical game. So it's quite interesting when a rules designer, takes this sort of setting and thinks, so which way do I go? Do I go down the fantasy route, or do I go down the historical route? But at the heart of each game, you've got the core rules. So it's always interesting. And having the excuse of using the Microworld figures is a fine one. I'm looking at them now. They're lovely.
Yeah, they are very nice. For 6mm, very good.
Funny that I was going, and it's like, $8 flat rate shipping to the UK. Oh, that's not.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's where I went. Okay, they're very nice. How much is it going to cost me?
Yeah.
I say the only problem is, I just wish the pound was doing better against the dollar at the moment.
Yeah, well, I bought most of my armies quite a few months ago now, so I'm sitting pretty on that front.
Yeah, cool.
Nice. So you've written a background using the sort of core armies that Microworld produce, that's right. So the question I was going to ask is, did the setting come from Microworld, or is it something that you've taken and written yourself?
The core rules were pretty close to finished. I'd been playtesting, solo playtesting, and down at the club I've been playtesting the fantasy rules for some time, and using the Microworld minis. And then I contacted Steve because they haven't got a rule set associated to their company yet.
Yeah.
And so I contacted Steve to see if he'd have any objection to me first off publishing pictures of his minis in the rule system, and secondly because the extra or the slightly different fantasy armies that were on his army list, I wanted to know if he had any objection to me doing a little bit of background around his product. Basically, he was really good, very gracious, and said he considers it's an open approach to it wasn't closed off to new ideas, new game designs. Mm-hmm. So he said that was fine to go ahead with it. He was actually quite supportive and sent us some artwork and some detailed pictures of proposed miniatures and detailed pictures of miniatures that had already been produced. But when they were on the drawing board, he sent me pictures of those as well. So it was all inspiration that we could use for the background fluff.
Yeah.
So I threw that in there, and when it came to publication, there was no real price difference between having the background fluff and not having the background fluff. So I just threw it in for those that wanted it, really.
I mean, it must be great when you actually sort of come together and sort of writing a set of rules, especially sort of fantasy rules, that to find a manufacturer who pretty much does an entire range, massive, great range, and then allows you to basically say, take this and write your own background.
Yeah. I mean, I even offered to throw in with Steve and split it, but he said no, it's an open source. And you just run with it, do what you can with it. It's absolutely fine.
That's brilliant, because a lot of times you sort of see figure manufacturers, especially in the sort of fantasy sci-fi, they'll come up with ranges and different sort of factions, but they sort of write their own faction for it. So it's very unusual to find somebody who just produces such a variation of ranges and different types of ranges, and yet have no background that you can use.
Yeah, it's quite true.
Yeah. Is it worth us sort of running through some of the sort of ranges that are in the rulebook to give people an idea of sort of where Lords and Lands is based and what sort of armies you can have?
Yeah, sure. So there's quite a few on there. I think it's 14. So I'm just going on the website myself to double check, but let's have a look. Yeah, so we've got there's your orcs, and they've got a few slightly different things slightly different monsters that are on the orc army list that might be different to people that have shopped for orc fantasy armies before. There's dwarfs, and you've got your big brass golems that go with the dwarfs, and the usual sort of dwarf units that go with that, the berserkers and everything else. Woodland's centaurs and high elves and werebears and other odds and sods from the woodland background. So let's have a look. You've got Gnoll warriors as well, which are in the fluff. They're basically Gnoll dwelling urchins. What else you got? You got undead, and that's got your usual stuff in it. Your undead dragons and your chariots and cavalry and everything else. Beastmen. Vikings, and the Vikings have got there's a fantasy twist in the Vikings, so they've got fire giants and hill giants and stuff like that there. Dread elves, which are, if you've got Games Workshop background, playing experience, you'd see them as dark elves probably. Lizard men, and they're all riding dinosaurs, the usual fashion. The Firmament, and they're more your they're a new addition really to the fantasy armies. They're your mole men. So they've got some mining equipment and mole berserkers and stuff like that. Dark Alliance, and they're your human army, but they've got certainly an evil twist to their army list. Hobgoblins, and it's a lot like a goblin army, but they've got a lot of spider riders and stuff in there. Wildland Alliance, they're really great. It was my first army was Wildland Alliance, and they're a lot of them are apekin, so you've got orangutan and gorilla berserkers, and then you've got rhino men and were elephants and a few other weird and wonderful odds and sods in there. And then you've got your demon army, and I don't possess a demon army, but I have bought some of the individual models because some of the monsters, some of the bigger models that go with the army are fantastic. I don't know if you've seen those, but they're really good. And obviously you can buy army bundles. So I tried to create the army lists so that an army bundle would take care of 90% of what you required. And then anything else that you wanted as extras that you could, you'd throw in the other 10%. You always do when you choose an army, don't you? You go for something that looks good. So I tried to do the army lists around the army bundle deals that Steve did at Michael, so that it would make purchasing pretty straightforward. So yeah, that's about it really. And I've done a bit of background about all the different factions that you can get from Microworld Minis. But
say a bit of background. It takes about half the book.
Yeah. Well, as I say, it was free to put in there, so I kind of just threw it in there for those that wanted to read it, and those that didn't could just tear those pages out if they felt like it. But yeah, there was no difference to me publishing that and not, so I thought I'd just throw it in.
Excellent. Okay.
I can see why you got inspired. It's a very nice range of figures.
Yeah, it is.
Damn you, man.
Yeah. If you look at the Dark Alliance, one of my favourite miniatures is actually the War Gargantuan. It's a huge 4-armed beast, but Yeah, he's got a little howdah on his back. It's awesome. Who wouldn't want one of those?
If only I hadn't gone 10 mil.
So you get a whole army and just stick it in a shoebox. It's grand. You're fine. Nobody will ever notice.
That's true. Okay. Okay, so we've been over sort of the background. We know it's a nice sort of fantasy set, mass battle.
Yeah.
Let's start looking at some of the mechanics. And obviously the first one that everyone asks about is basing.
Basing, what I wanted was, when I was writing the rules, I started off being quite base specific, having that DBA background, that Warmaster background. Mm-hmm. But I thought, why am I doing this? So that, if I use move distances, which will be calculated by base widths, you could use any scale. So if you wanted to have a Sabbath base with 36 28mm miniatures on, you could do that. If you wanted to have a base with hundreds of little 2mm miniatures on, you could do that too. So when I was writing the rules, I dropped that idea and actually went with move distances so that you could use any scale with the rules as well. So there's now a use for your Games Workshop fantasy armies that suddenly started collecting dust. You can re-employ them for Lord of Lands if you wanted.
So do you have a specific frontage for all bases, or do you sort of say, right, infantry are best based on this size and cavalry would be on a different size?
Yeah, no, it's suggestive. All the base widths, if you're using 6mm, the suggested base width is 80mm. So you could use 2 Warmaster bases pushed together on a Sabbath base, or just pushed together. And the depth doesn't matter hugely. So mine are based on 80 by 30, but it's not base specific. The only thing I would suggest is that your base frontage was at least twice your base depth.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of 80 by sort of 40, 80 by 30 base sizes.
Yeah.
It seems to be becoming the sort of norm now for sort of 6, 10, 15 mils.
Yeah, well,
see it's on a lot of games.
A few of the guys at our club were pleased because it meant that they could use is it impetus bases, I think.
Yeah.
I don't play it much, but I think they were quite pleased because they could suddenly use their impotence bases for other rules.
And you don't have sort of individual base removal, so it's an element until it breaks and then it's gone.
That's right. Yeah. It was keep it simple because the emphasis was on fast play. So it's definitely There's no deterioration of unit function either. It was just a case of once the wounds have reached a number, that unit breaks and is destroyed or runs, one or the other, whichever way you want to see it.
So I think the only sort of difference that we see with the base sizing is you say the monsters would be on a sort of half size or half frontage.
Yeah, that's right. Approximately half frontage. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to mention about those. Yeah, they're on mine, the 40 by 40s. Yeah.
Okay, so but as you say, basically it's a case of as long as both armies are based in a similar fashion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the crux of it. The other thing was that the only thing that you need to consider is that when you're thinking about your longer range artillery, that they fire up to 6 MDs move distances in a forward direction. Right. So you've got to consider that those MDs have got those base widths have got to denote a realistic range for your artillery. But other than that, there's no consideration.
And the movement distance or the EMD is always based on your frontage. So if you're doing like an 80 by 40 base, a single movement distance would be 80 mil.
Yeah, so if you had a 1MD move, it would be 80 mil, but that would be a very slow unit, probably just dwarfs who've got the 1MD movement or artillery. But yeah, and what I do is I've got balsa wood stick that I've just marked off in MDs all the way up to 8 MDs, so I can cover just about any situation with that one stick.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a lot easier than a tape measure.
Oh God, yeah. I bought some brass sticks from I think it's Precision Wargamers.
Oh yeah.
And it's great because they're 40 mil. and you get brass and you get steel ones, so you just screw them into it. So it's great because it just changes the sort of put two brass ones together. That's one distance. So they're pretty cheap. They're about £12 for like 14 of these little counters plus the ends. So it's great.
I'd say the cheapskates among us buy, but just buy a length of balsa wood, mate. You get the
but you want a nice metal stick that you can hit someone with or poke them.
You can still use a balsa wood stick to threaten your opponent, yeah.
Yeah, the trouble is just don't hit them because it'll break. Yeah.
And that's why you want metal. And you sharpen the end of it as well.
I see. Okay, so we looked at basing. Okay, can we start looking at essentially how the rules work as far as what your game sequence is and what have you? So once you've built an army, I mean, one thing to mention actually straight up is that as far as the rules themselves are concerned, the army lists are not in the rules, are they?
No, I did purposely made the choice not to do that because I didn't want I didn't want your rule book to become outdated because for one, Microworld minis are adding new ranges all the time, and those ranges wouldn't be in the fluff. But I really didn't want people to suddenly have a rule book that didn't have army lists to cover those. And the other thing was I've been quite open with anybody who wants to create army lists. Or, somebody who lives close by has got the rules set and he wanted to develop a barbarian army. So, it's one of those things that, if people have got army lists and they want to add them to the website, they're quite welcome to do that. Just contact me, send me the army list. I'll put it up and accredit the army list to them. That's no problem. And the other thing with the historic army list is truly the especially the ancients. There's 23 ancients army lists up on the website, but they're never done yet. You always come up with somebody who's got some weird and wonderful period army, wants to add that to the list. Knock yourself out. Just go ahead, send them to me. I'll put the points value on and stick it on the internet, no problem.
Yeah, I think it's always wise keeping army lists separate to the rules.
It's certainly becoming a much more of a trend as far, and especially with the whole thing of putting those army lists online. I mean, obviously, in the days before mass internet access, this is what army books are all for. But these days, it's definitely a very much a trend that rules are stored. The army list is stored online. And as it's been hinted before, also if you end up in a situation that you can put a work in progress up, and then obviously at some point you can tweak it and tweak some of the values and what have you, depending on how playtesting goes.
Yeah, and I was one of my concerns was that I wanted to add army lists to the rules that I didn't necessarily know much about. So like Far East army lists and my medieval history is probably not as good as it should be. So I was quite keen that certainly there's some members down at the club who are those are their favourite periods, and I wanted those people who were knowledgeable about that period to be able to add army lists to the rule set as well. So I wasn't going to try and do a Japanese samurai army because although I love the look of them, I really don't know enough. But I thought that if it inspired anybody and they wanted to do that, then we could certainly stick it up on the website, no problem at all. Yeah,
that's really wise, and like you say, it gets the community involved then as well.
I think so.
Cool. Shall we start looking at the mechanics?
Yeah, can do.
Okay, so we know it's a big mass battle game. We know we got single elements per units.
Yeah.
We'll chat about sort of how you set your armies up, how you put your terrain out, and scenarios. But I'm guessing that once you've set your board up, you got your armies on there. What's the first thing that you do then in turn one?
Okay, so you got your board out, you got your minis ready. So the first thing to do is to, unless you've got a scenario in mind, you dice off. So like I say, it was quite a selfish design, the rule set, because we wanted something to play out in a couple of hours, and we'd meet up with very little preparation. So basically, the first idea was that you'd dice off. Basically, so if it wasn't a scenario, you'd dice off, and the winner of the dice off would set up second. And the reason for that is because you'll see if you play the game that I think games like War Master give you too much control over your army. And I think for mass battles, you should be able to order your army, but I think once that it's that thing, isn't it? Best made plans never survive first contact, and I think once you've given your army the orders and they set off, they trundle off across the battlefield. I wanted to make it a little bit harder to actually to reorder an army, reorder a unit to change its approach.
Right.
Okay, so we set up armies on a table.
Yeah.
Turn one.
So, turn one. So first thing, you roll the correct number of d6 for initiative. So historically, when I play war games, there's quite a lot of emphasis put on initiative, and what one person wins initiative, and they really have the game by the scruff of the neck for that turn. But what I wanted initiative to be a slight bonus. So what we did was we gave a d6 for initiative for the general, represents the general, and then there's a d6 for initiative for each 500 points that you field on the army. So if you've got a 1,000-point army, so you've got one d6 for your general, and then you've got 2 more d6 for each 500 points that you've spent on the army. So at the beginning of the turn, you roll your 3 d6 for initiative, and that gives you your command pips.
Right.
So the higher is the initiative winner, and also the value of the dice that you roll are the command pips that you've got to spend that turn. So it's single unit activation. Mm-hmm. So the initiative winner can activate his unit first, and then it goes over to the initiative loser who activates the unit, and it goes backwards and forwards until all your units have been activated and fought or moved or whatever it is you want.
Okay.
And to activate them, you have to use one of your command pips, or
you do. So each order has a command pip value. So to advance will be 1 pip. To march to an objective will be 3 pips. To attack would cost 2 pips. To advance to objective will be 3 pips. To standard advance, that will be a move in any direction, will be 1 pip. Or a manoeuvre, which will be a change of frontage, or a wheeling manoeuvre, will cost you 3 pips. Mm-hmm. The other thing is that your pips, you can use your pips to purchase initiative. So you can spend a pip and say, actually, I want to retain the initiative this turn. So you can spend your pips on that. But the opponent might want to really hold on to initiative, and he can spend a pip to buy that back. So that can get quite costly in terms of pips, depending on how desperate you are for your particular unit to activate first. And the other thing is that
you can easily get into a bidding war sort of thing.
You can, yeah, you can get into a bidding war, and inevitably that usually ends with the player with the most pips winning out. But it depends how desperate you are to get a particular unit to move first. So the other thing with pips is you can spend pips to. You have to be careful what you spend on your command, because you can use your pips to influence your missile fire. So a maximum of 2 pips can be spent in order to boost your missile fire. A maximum of 2 pips can be spent to boost your movement. Maximum of 2 pips for combat.
Is that per unit?
That's per unit, yeah.
Okay. So basically, pips becomes a general command resource that you can use in several different ways. And,
that's it.
And so it is a case of how you actually manage that throughout the game.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. So it's not just a case of I roll my 3d6, and as always I roll 3, which means I got like 3 pips to spend, and whilst Neil's just rolled 17 because he's jammy like that.
Yeah.
Which means that I'm then stuck. I can activate sort of 3 units, and that's me done. But Neil is then running around the battlefield doing lots more. He could just decide to activate a couple of units and keep all the rest of the pips for doing extra things in combat or in shooting.
Yeah, absolutely. So the amount of pips that you roll is really going to reflect on how well you do each turn. And obviously, it'd be very rare that you'd actually roll just 3 pips, and therefore be stuff to activate.
You haven't seen me roll dice.
I was about to say, yeah.
but because you've got multiple D6, you are going to get that bell curve, aren't you? So you are going to get, if it's 3D6, you're going to get 8, 9 is about averaging.
The average, yeah. And the other thing is that if you've got a general or a sub-commander associated, you can group units together up to a maximum of 4. So, and if you attach a general or a subordinate to those groups, they can move for free. So you don't have to spend pips, because pips, in essence, pips are a little bit like your ADCs. And if your general is attached to a group of units or a unit, that unit or group of units can move for free. So there's very little chance that you can't move most, if not all, of the units on the field.
And is there a limit of what these groups can do? If you've got a general attached to, one of the 4 in the unit and they all move together, can they then all attack together? Or you can do all that as well, can you? Yeah, you can do all that as well. You can attack together. The only thing you can't do is you can't boost movement. So it's to try and represent that you've got a large body of troops who's moving across the field. So one of the drawbacks to using a commander is you can do whatever you want to that group for free. So you can maneuver, or doesn't matter how many pips it costs. You don't have to pay anything. But if you want to boost your movement, then you'd have to apply that to single units only. You couldn't boost movement to a grouped set of units. Okay, so your sort of general with his group, it really is sort of representing that sort of initial move forward to get in the position, and then you probably find that these groups would break up as you go into individual combat against.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I'm guessing the terrain will have an effect on movement as well.
Yeah, it does. Anybody who's played war games before will be well aware of those types of penalties. So there's on page 9 of the rules, there's a terrain type table, and basically all your troop types are listed there, and then the MD penalty for those terrain types is listed there as well. So it's pretty straightforward. You get to grips with it reasonably quickly.
Yeah, it's fairly standard stuff, isn't it? It's just there's different ways of doing this, so it's always good to have a nice simple way. You did mention these sort of 5 different orders that you can give, and each having a different pip value.
Yeah.
It might be worth just quickly running through those, because there's a few in there which I didn't recognise. So the first one in this is advanced to objective.
Yeah. So
which costs 3 pips. So it's
it's costly, but once you've issued that order, it means then that unit or that group of units can mosey on off, and that objective could be anywhere on the field. So you could say, your objective could be advanced to that hilltop over there, as long as it's clearly defined and your opponent knows where your objective is. You pay your 3 pips, and then your group of infantry or your single unit of infantry can mosey on off to that objective.
Oh, right, and that can be over the space of multiple turns?
It can, yeah.
Ah, okay. That's quite interesting. What happens if they bump into any enemy on the way?
So they can. They're not allowed to change their movement direction or anything to avoid. They can avoid friendly troops up to 1 MD left or right. They can avoid certain terrain features 1 MD left or right, but they can't avoid enemy troops. So they must, if that route to that objective involves coming into contact with enemy troops, they must do that.
So the actual order doesn't get nullified because they've just run into some enemy. They basically have to deal with that enemy and then continue with the order.
That's right. The only thing that advanced to objective does is if they've engaged an enemy and beaten an enemy, and normally it would induce if for instance normally that engagement results in a pursuit, they don't have to do that because they've already been given prior orders to advance to the objective. Okay,
that's cool. Okay, the next one we've got is attack. That's fairly self-explanatory.
It is, yeah. Attack or charge, yeah.
Yeah. So, is that nearest enemy?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so you always have to give an order to attack the nearest enemy. That's cool.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. What else we got? We got defend.
Yeah, defends 1 pip, and there's been, when I created the rules and I put it out there initially, there's some questions about the rules. Some of the people didn't like the fact there was a charge bonus But a charge bonus, historically games have pretty much always had a charge bonus, or at least maybe if they haven't got a charge bonus, there's some sort of counter charge going on there or something like that. The idea behind Defend was an order that would help a defending side prepare for the charge and perhaps nullify a charge bonus if you were prepared for the charge. Right. So you can issue a Defend order at cost of 1 pip, and it just pushes your armor class up by 1. So it means that unit has dug in and using whatever preparations they can to prepare to receive the charge.
Okay. So I'm guessing timing is important here because you can't use a Defend after you've been charged. So it's that's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I don't think I've seen a rule like that in many other big battle games.
Now, is it one of these things of once you've issued an order to a unit, it has that order until you change it?
No, each turn, apart from advanced to objective, each turn it's a fresh order to a unit. So advanced to objective is expensive because basically it spans a number of turns.
Yeah, so what we're saying is, like, for example, once you put a unit on Defend orders, it isn't a case of, well, that unit is now dug in against anything that charges it until I order it to do something else. It's a case of, no, you have to do it every single turn. Yes,
you do, yeah. Yeah, you do. It was basically, it's not so much dug in the literal sense. It was basically, they clustered together and formed a shield wall because they could see a threat. And if you want to do that the second turn, you have to pay in pips again.
That's quite nice. Okay, and I think the other two we've got Advance.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of guessing is a sort of fairly standard straight move.
Is a straight move. It can be in any direction, but there's a movement penalty to a side move or a rear move, but that would all be an advance order.
Mm-hmm. But you keep the frontage the same.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, frontage to be the same.
Mm-hmm. And then the last one we got is the maneuver.
Yeah, maneuvers 3 pips, but basically you can change your frontage. You can wheel or turn on the spot or anything you wanted to do really. But anything else basically is a maneuver and would cost 3 pips.
Mm-hmm. But like you say, if you've got a commander attached to the units, you can do this.
Yeah. Yeah, generally speaking, in each turn, if you've got a commander and a subordinate, generally speaking, there's enough pips there for you to do pretty much what you want to do with everything, unless you're very unlucky, and then influence combat or shooting a little. If you're really lucky, obviously, you can influence combat and shooting a lot more. And, of course, with the fantasy rules, there's also magic to think about, which is also pips cost.
Yeah. So just to give us an idea of sort of point size, let's take a fairly standard 1,000-point army. How many bases would you be looking at?
You'd be looking at 8 to 12 bases, I would have said, with a 1,000-point army.
Mm. Okay, so that does fit in quite nicely with the bell curves, doesn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so generally you'll get to order most things and maybe have an odd resource for something else.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you just roll poorly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's always that, yeah.
But the thing you always find with sort of mass battle games is you get a lot of movement early on. But then as soon as the lines start clashing, the movement slows down, but the combat takes over. So you find you're only moving a handful of units, but you're having to do a lot more combat. So it's a lot more using the pips to enhance that.
Yeah, that's the thing. And generally, early on, the first couple of turns, you were actually using the pips to close that gap quite rapidly. So the game's pretty quick on that front. You get into shooting range and then eventually close combat reasonably quickly. So there's not much sitting around and shifting of stands before the action starts.
Mm-hmm. So we did touch on this very early on. So during the turn, you pick a unit, you give it that order, you then carry out everything for that unit. So if it comes into melee, you do the melee, or you do shooting, or do you have specific? Basically,
if you're playing a 1,000, 2,000 point battle, which is pretty much standard, although it has gone up to 7,000 or 8,000 points just to see if we could break it. But basically, what happens is you move a unit, your opponent moves a unit, then you move a unit, your opponent moves a unit. So you go right down the line doing all your movement, and then it goes right down the line doing all your missile fire, and then we go back to right down the line doing all your close combat. So some people think it might be a problem because you'd have to mark which units have moved, which units haven't, all that sort of thing. But generally speaking, and my memory is very poor, but generally speaking, I've never had to do that with a 1,000 or 2,000 point battle. So a standard battle, you don't need to. There's no counters on the table to remind you who's moved and who hasn't. It's pretty straightforward.
Right. Okay. So
does that make sense? Or?
Yeah. No, it makes perfect sense. Okay. So we've done all the movements.
Yeah.
We spent the pips doing that.
Yeah.
We then go into missile fire.
Yeah. So it'll be missile fire from then on. The only thing that might interrupt movement is if obviously armies would be a lot closer together, but there is certain instances if an army charges in against a missile unit or against a unit that's got thrown weapons, you do get to interrupt that. So they charge in, they make contact, and then you resolve any thrown weapon or closing fire at that point. But most missile fire is done after the movement phase, so it'd be step 3.
Right. Okay. So with shooting and also with melee combat, now we've got this this little mechanic which is called dipping.
Yeah.
I think the dip system. Do you want to, before we sort of go into the mechanics of sort of shooting and melee, do you want to sort of explain what the dip system is and where it came from?
Yeah, it's
and why don't you like dice?
Yeah, no, I love dice, but and you got to love dice if you love War Master, which I do. You've got to love dice, really. Yeah. So, but the thing was that the essence of this game was all about, again, the underlying current in this game was all about speed, and so I put in the option for dip system combat, so you can roll a dice, 1, 2, or 3 being a fail, 4, 5, or 6 being a hit, and 1 dice would equal 1 dip. Or you can use a dip system, which is basically, for instance, 30 counters in a bag, 2 colours. So 1 half black, 1 half white, and basically you dip a hand in, and every black counter you draw out's a hit, and every white counter that you draw out's a miss. And so it was lazy man's dice rolling, basically. It was just to speed up that process even further.
Right, okay.
So if you've got a unit effectiveness, say you've got a unit effectiveness of 5, and they charge in, so you get a +1 bonus for charging. You've got a unit effectiveness of 5, so you dip in for 6 counters. Or, if you prefer, you're rolling 6 dice, so 4, 5, or 6 being a hit. So, guys, that makes sense.
No, well, as I say, especially with the way probability works, as you say, it's a really simple way of doing it, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, it is. One thing we wouldn't do is one side using the dice mechanic, one side using the dip mechanic, because that would change your probability. Yeah. But we've never felt playing the game, and it is only a feeling, but we've never felt playing the game that there's any difference between using one method or the other. I know that if you did the mathematics, it actually would be, but obviously, because if you draw out 6 hits, the chances of you drawing out another hit are less. But that's not necessarily the case with dice. But if both sides are using the same system, we've never noticed any difference between dip system or dice. It's just a question of speed or what you'd prefer.
Obviously, because of probabilities, you'd have to, in between dips, for want of a better phrase, you have to put all the counters back.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you just completely mash up all your probabilities. Yeah.
We don't tend to hold on to the counters too long either, because then your opponent gets to feel which ones are warm and which ones are cold. So it's a standing joke that we're very quick with the counters.
Nice. So let's go through shooting then. So I've got a unit. He wants to shoot at an enemy. Is there shooting arcs? Do you have certain sort of specific arcs that you have for different weapons, or is shooting done all around depending on the unit?
Shooting, again, it was simplicity was the key word when it came to shooting. And basically, if you can draw a line from the centre of your shooting base to any 2 corners of your target, it's valid so long as it's not in close combat.
Okay.
So obviously, terrain can stop you from doing that. If it's woodlands, you have to be within 1/2 MD of the edge of a woodland to shoot out, but you can be fired at, although you get soft cover. But other than that, if it's a clear if there's a clear space between the two units, it's that line from the centre of the shooting unit to any two corners of the target unit. And if we can do that, you can shoot, so long as it's in range.
And each unit will have a stat which tells them the number of tokens that they can pull out of the bag, or number of dice that they can roll. Yeah,
absolutely right. So you've got a standard shooting unit, an archer's unit anyway. A standard shooting unit will be 3/5, and that basically means that it's 3 tokens, maximum range 5. Anything over half range is half that number of tokens. So I did try the other way. So I did try actually putting it in the rules that. So you had a half range value and a full range value. In actual fact, it's pretty straightforward and easy to get to grips with. So, if your distance is over half range, you'd get your half a round down, so you get one token. If you're over half range, if you're under half range, you get your full 3 tokens.
Right, so it's half rounding down.
You're half rounding down, yeah. If over half range, yeah.
Okay. So. I pull out 3 tokens, and so I got 2 hits and one miss.
Yeah.
Is there like another dice roll to see if those hits have an effect on the enemy, or is there anything that sort of stands between, or is it always a case of those hits are done, take them off your?
Yeah. No, it's not. There's a way to negate those hits, but again, speed and simplicity. What I went for was an armor class. So if you were heavily armored, you would negate 2 successful hits. If the target unit was armoured, you'd negate 1 successful hit. If it was lightly armoured, you'd mean that all successful hits are returned. If you were unarmoured and you were in melee, you'd actually gain an extra hit. But if you were unarmoured and receiving missile fire, you would just take all successful hits. And the idea behind the unarmoured bit was basically unarmoured units, so usually more skirmish units or loosely formed units. So the idea was if they were taking missile fire because they weren't densely packed, that bonus wouldn't apply.
Okay, and then obviously each base has a number of hits it can take before.
That's right. Yeah, they all have hit points. Yeah.
And again, you can just use a dice with a little marker for that, can't you?
That's right. I use if I was using 28 mil, I might devise some sort of system for actually taking casualties off. But I don't usually make the heinous crime of using 28mm miniatures. So generally speaking, I just use a tiny little 4mm dice to denote how many hits a unit's taken.
And typically, how many hits would a unit have?
Typically, it's about 4 HP standard.
That's cool. Combat, I'm guessing, use a similar mechanic?
Absolutely the same, yeah. So there's no, obviously there's no range to think about there, but if your combat effectiveness is 5, that gives you 5 dips in an unmodified combat.
And is it simultaneous?
Yes, it's simultaneous. Well, one dips after the other, but the effects are simultaneous, yeah.
Okay, so let's say me and Neil having a fight, we've got 2 units together. I pull out, say 2 hits, Neil pulls out 3 hits.
Yeah. We
work out the armour, and then work out the number of hits that have gone through to reduce the hit points of that unit.
Yeah. Basically then, so you actually just, the hits are tallied. If one unit, if the difference is just by 1 HP, so the successful hits go through, and the number of wounds the difference is just 1, both sides stay locked in combat. If it's any more than 1, the losing side is actually pushed back 1 MD. So generally what you get, unless there's one different rule to that, and that's if you're using a pike unit, which doesn't retreat if it loses combat. But what happens usually is that if you roll more than 1 hit difference, that the losing unit is pushed back 1 MD. If it's a cavalry unit, they have the option of moving back 1 MD and maintaining contact, or the cavalry unit can move back 2 MD and actually break contact. It's entirely up to the retreating unit what they do.
And so when the pushback occurs, is there an automatic pursuit, or is there a chance to pursuit, or what?
Yeah, it's an automatic pursuit unless that unit has got a general attached. So if the general is exerting direct control over that unit, then they don't have to pursue because obviously he's got a tight leash on that unit. They can stay where they are. They don't pursue.
Okay, so one assumes then the unit is pushed back, but the pursuit is also 1MD, yeah?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so despite the fact that pushback occurs, more likely than not, the units will actually stay in contact.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So again, the idea was, although I wanted it to be fast play and simple, a lot of thought has gone into the way the game flows. So the rules themselves are very simple. There's only 26 pages of rules, but I wanted the movements of the troops to act like I think they would have done historically or in a fantasy battle scenario. But basically, your battle lines, you enter into these battle lines and both sides clash. And usually, say you've got 8 infantry units clashed. On average, when you're playing the game on average, what happens is 1 or 2 units are pushed back on either side. So you get this slight fracturing of the front line. It doesn't break completely, but you get this movement in the front line, so nothing actually stays rigid and in place for very long. Yeah. That was the idea anyway.
Okay. And I take it that if units stay in contact with each other, they then do not have to be ordered to fight each turn. They'll just do that automatically?
Yeah, they're locked into combat, and you don't get to resolve that combat again until the following turn, so the next time close combat comes around. So they're locked together and they can't move away unless they're skirmishers or flying units. If they're a regular infantry unit or cavalry unit, they stay locked in combat until the following turn, in which case you do a further round of close combat.
Can you give a defense order if you're locked in combat?
Not during, because obviously the front lines are intermixed and hacking away at each other. So I think it will probably be reasonably impossible to suddenly give out a defend order and get your units to do that.
Yeah, so the defence really is just your first round of combat, isn't it?
It's that preparation, yeah. If you get your unit ready, then you've got that chance to nullify the charge bonus, basically.
Mm-hmm. What about if you get them pushed back into a friendly unit?
They're pushed back too.
So they pushed back as well? Okay.
Yeah, they're pushed back too. So units can't interpenetrate. Skirmish units can interpenetrate if it's not a pushback scenario. But in a pushback scenario, you just push your friendly units back with them. So if they've got supporting units to the rear, they're pushed back 1MD too.
Okay. That's quite cool. And obviously you're going to have rules in there for things like evading if you're light troops and sort of skirmishers moving around.
Again, the watchword is simple. So basically, if you've got skirmish troops, you can evade. Obviously, the charge goes ahead. The enemy unit comes in, makes frontal contact or whatever it is, contact with your skirmish unit, and at that point, the defending player gets to dip. And if his dip is a success, his unit has perceived the threat and has withdrawn 1MD, and the attacking unit has to stay in its new position where it made contact with the skirmishers. If the dip is a miss, then his skirmish unit has failed to perceive the threat because of undulations in the ground or anything else, and has not seen it, or poor commandership, the failed to perceive the attack, and the charges hit home, and the skirmishers are locked in then, just as any other unit would be.
And there's various modifiers to sort of combat and shooting as well.
Yeah, there is.
They just give you extra tokens to pull out of the bag or dice to roll.
Yeah. So combat and shooting, it is just it's extra dips. So different situations you get different combat modifiers, and they're all listed in the combat modifier table. But it's just extra dips. Yeah.
Actually, like you say, there's some nice simple mechanics in there, but it's going to flow quickly, isn't it?
It does. We generally we get a game finished in it never runs over 2 hours. It's usually an hour to an hour and a half. If we're chatting in between, then it can push up to close to 2 hours. But generally speaking, the idea is that the rule set initially was developed because we wanted something to play on a Wednesday night that we could draw to some sort of conclusion before we had to go home. And that was the basic driving force behind the system.
Yeah, we're finding this more and more. I think rules designers have cottoned on the fact that most people, especially in the UK, you meet up, on an evening after work. You've got a couple of hours at most to get a game in. So the games where they used to last 3 or 4 hours, they seem to be sort of dying off, and it is just quick fire. Let's get some figures on the table, roll some dice, have a laugh, and maybe a beer.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, and then you keep your special sort of longer games for the Saturdays and Sundays when you can sneak away.
Yes, yeah, we look forward to those days. Few and far between, but yeah.
Yeah, they are a bit. Okay, I think we've covered some of the basics here. You got rules in there for artillery, obviously, because you mentioned that.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they just fire further.
The fire artillery ranges are usually 6 MD. There's in a 2x4 table. Artillery would invariably fire right across the table, but again, keep it simple. But this was the idea was an effective range for artillery, so that the idea was you wouldn't waste ammunition on anything over 6 MD away.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I mean, what we've covered so far, as you say, it works perfectly well for fantasy and for historical.
Yeah.
Let's get more into the fantasy side of things.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm a bit of a fantasy player myself. Yeah. So, I think there's always sort of 3 things that you get in the difference between historical and fantasy, isn't there? You got monsters, you got magic, and you got flying.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing you got all 3 of those covered.
Absolutely, yeah, they're in there, yeah. So we've got. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say. So, first one, monsters.
Yeah.
Especially as Micro World. Micro World do some very nice monsters.
Yeah, particularly juicy monsters, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea behind monsters, their MD doesn't. Their move distance is not their base width. It's an infantry unit's base width.
Okay. Yeah,
so
yes, because they're meant on half bases, aren't they?
Yeah. So all unit MDs as marked on the unit stats are the same. So it just depends on how many MDs you've got to move, but all MDs are the same. I suppose the only thing about monsters is they block all line of sight, even if you're firing from an elevated position. And the only other thing really, and monsters actually, the rule slips over into historical because you've got elephants in there as well. But basically the only thing that happens that's specific to monsters or elephants is that if you've got a unit in a howdah on the back that's firing missiles, you use actual line of sight. So a unit that's behind a friendly or an opposing unit that you want to target as receiving missile fire, you can do that if you can draw a direct line of sight. And I suppose the other thing is if monsters are in cover. So if you were a monster and you were walking behind a wall in a field, you wouldn't be able to glean much cover from a 4-foot high wall because it wouldn't come much past your ankle. So the idea behind cover of that nature was if it's less than 50% of the monster that's obscured, if it's less than 50%, you don't get a modifier. If it's over 50%, you get a modifier. If the monster's in a built-up area as a target, if the monster's a target and in a built-up area, you can't fire at that monster unless it's in 1/2 MD of the edge of the terrain feature. And the same goes for woods as well. And the same goes for the monsters firing out of those terrain features too.
We'll come back to built-up areas because that's always a fairly fun one for any sort of mass battle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll cover that in a bit. We mentioned commanders. On average, how many sort of commanders does each army have? Can you buy commanders separately, or is there like a set amount that you always get?
You have to have one general. Doesn't matter how big the army that you field is. You have to have one general and only one general. And then, as far as subordinates go, you can adders, you have to have one if you're 1,000 points or above, but it's up to you how many you want to add. So if you want to spend those points and get more generals, you can. But the generals are about the same price as an infantry unit, so they're quite pricey, and their influence in battle, they can add their bonus to close combat, but it's not a great deal. So if you had a general heavy army, you'd have a lower breaking point, and the close combat influence of the generals would be pretty slim. And if that unit that the general's attached to is destroyed in combat, the general goes with it. If you lose a subordinate commander, you lose 2 command pips per turn, or you get 2 command pips less per turn. If you lose a general, you actually get 1 dice less per turn. So you've got to consider that before you go making your army top heavy with commanders.
That's an interesting one. Okay. What about flying? Have you got sort of? I'm kind of guessing the creatures that fly will use a similar orders as the ground troops.
Yeah, they do. And you can. It's always the way with mass battles, isn't it? There's always that strange situation where how can you charge a flying unit? Because obviously they're airborne. But I did make. Yeah, you are able to attack flying units wherever you find them. But they can break contact during the combat. So all of the units are locked in combat. But as far as flying units are concerned, if they want to take to the air and disappear, they can do that. So in their movement phase, anyway.
Okay, so you're sort of assuming the flying creatures are keeping low, trying to attack. Yeah,
basically that's it. It's one of those rules that I don't think anybody's ever been able to solve that completely. But yeah, that's the idea. They were low flying enough that they would be involved in combat. Yeah,
that's cool. And that brings us on to the perennial favourite with any fancy rules, which is magic.
Okay, yeah.
How are you doing with that?
Magic, basically, you have. I'm just looking at the book now. There's the Magic Libro, which is basically your book of magic, and you've got a list of spells in there. Looking at it now, we've got spells that are generic, so any magic user can use them from any army. All magic is done in the firing phase. So you want to cast a spell, you do it in the shooting phase, and they all have a pips cost, and pretty much all of them have a range as well. So you've got, say Fire of Damnation costs 2 pips to cast, and you've got a range of 4 MD. And then there's always, with each spell, there's a couple of lines of description below each spell. So Fire of Damnation, for instance, requires a line of sight. You draw a token. A hit means a fireball is thrown from the magic user to the target unit, and the target unit gets to reduce the effect dependent on its armor class. And then if you were paying more points for a Fire of Oblivion, you draw 2 tokens. You must draw 2 hits to succeed. If successful, 2 hits are scored in the target unit, and the armor class is reduced by 1. So depending on how strong the magic is, usually the more cost it is in pips to cast, and there's always the risk that your attempt at casting magic is unsuccessful. So there's the usual shooting type magic, and then you've got magic that can bonus your own side. So you've got the Spell of Valor, which costs a pip, and you've got Cloud of Despair, which costs 3 pips, but it costs 3 pips because it's hugely effective. You draw a token. If it's successful, the target unit retreats by 1 MD. Mystical Fog, Dispel as well. So if somebody casts any of the magic that's marked in the rules with a couple of asterisks, can be successfully dispelled. So your opponent casts a Mystical Fog, say, and then you are allowed to attempt to cast a Dispel spell, which costs 3 pips, but you can nullify the effect of that spell. And then on top of that, to give it a fantasy feel, there's race-specific spells. So, obviously there's the undead one. Obviously, undead's always got cool magic with it, hasn't it? But undead, you've got the Rise Again spell, which costs 4 pips. and you draw 2 tokens. Both tokens must be a hit, or dice if you're using dice. And if successful, a unit of skeleton warriors or spears is placed next to the necromancer. I suppose the other thing to mention with the undead army is that some of the army units in an undead army have the conduit special rule, and the conduit special rule means you can use that army, you can use that unit as the range finder. So your big necromancer might be 8 MD away from wherever he wants to cast that spell and be out of range, but if he's got a conduit unit that's close to his target, or he can use that unit as a conduit for his magic. So the range is then calculated from that conduit unit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So you have individual stands of magic users sort of running around the battlefield.
Yeah, magic users are based like, well, the base is up to you, but I would suggest that you base them like your generals, and my generals, my big general is on a 2p piece, so that I can differentiate him from a subordinate who's on a 1p piece. My magic users are on a 2p piece. Then you can put a little bit of a scene on the stand to make it look good. But magic users, in effect, they move when the commanders move. They can be the target of your generals. Can't be the target of close combat directly, and they can't be the target of missile fire directly. But your magic users can be. So your generals, the idea behind your generals is it was, in the army, associated to the army, was moving around behind the army units, whereas your magic user would be an independent influence moving around the battlefield and could be engaged if your enemy caught him in the open.
Seeing that, magic is fairly expensive when it comes to sort of command pips.
Yeah.
Do you get any extra command pips, or do you get to roll an extra dice by having a magic user?
Magic user. No, you don't. When we play test this, because so you've got 8 to 12 units on the field, your general infantry, cavalry, whatever else units on the field, because up to 4 of those can be grouped, and you can use that the subordinate or your general to move that group for free. Generally, what you find is that the pips that are left over, you've got some tight choices to make, but if you're careful, you can have 1, 2, or 3 pips in general to spend in a round if you want to. So you might not be able to influence a combat. You might have to drop out influencing a close combat or influencing a missile fire. But generally speaking, you can get your magic user into play without too much bother. The difference between 3 pips and 4 pips is
1 pip.
Well, that's 1 pip, yeah. But when you're playing the game, the difference between 3 and 4 pips is quite a lot, because it suddenly makes something really quite expensive. You'd have to play the game to understand that the difference between 3 and 4 pips is just, a 4 pip spell is very expensive, but generally speaking, you've got enough pips left over to employ 1 or 2 pips in magic.
And of course, we've got some sort of special rules, things like fear and fearless, and
we've got all that. So there's a couple of pages of special rules. There's special rules that are associated to the fantasy book, and there's special rules that are associated to the historical book. And I plan to actually put, but now that the historical version is out, I actually plan to put both special rules listed up on the website so that people can download them for free. So really, you could buy the Dave at Caliber Books will hate me for this, but really you can buy the Mass Fantasy Battles rule book and then download the special rules from the website. And really, you could actually play Historical Army using the fantasy rule book, so long as you had the special rules. It's the only thing that really differentiates the armies are the special rules that are associated to the individual units.
Okay, so there is actually a separate book for the historical version then?
Yeah, there's 2 versions of the book. There's the historical and the fantasy. Printed copies are both available from Caliber Books, Dave at Caliber Books. He's got the printing rights to those, but I've got the PDF rights, and you can £8 will get you both versions. £6 will get you one or other of the, depending on your choice, one or other of the versions of the book in a PDF form.
Very nice too. I think the other thing we haven't covered with the rules is sort of morale and sort of rallying things.
Yeah. So I had some hard choices to make with morale, because I quite like morale in my games. I love, for the Napoleonic era, I love black powder. And morale's loosely covered in the black powder rules. But when I was making the game, I had a difficult choice to make between do I have a morale factor, or just do I have a hit point? So the idea is that I thought about it long and hard, but I actually tried to make the hit points, the value of the hit points for each unit, enough to cover the morale value. So in effect, I was using hit points to deal with both the wounds that an infantry unit could take and the morale value that will be associated to that unit. So if you have a small unit on the field, it may still have a high number of hit points, but that will be more related to their morale value, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So they could stand take it longer, in effect.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's something that a lot it's becoming quite popular in rules, isn't it? Where essentially, rather than having separate hit points and morale, you have what is essentially almost like a dual kind of cohesion sort of stat. Yeah.
That was the idea.
Yeah, and that's really what you want, especially with big battles. You don't want to have units didn't really get smaller, or they sort of lost troops, obviously, but their sort of zone of control didn't really change, did it? They sort of met the charge until eventually they ran away. They just basically
could no longer do it. Yeah, it was either there or not.
Yeah, so that's good. Okay, is there anything that we've missed out on the rules?
I don't think so. I mean, we've covered the basics. I say the rules, the army list statistics. There's very few on there. You've got your move, you've got your effectiveness, you've got your missile if they've got that capacity, and you've got your hit points, and then special rules. So any army that you choose, there's only each special room is just one or two lines. Again, trying to keep it simple. And so most units, if they've got a special rule, most units is one or two special rules. It's no more than that. Yeah, I think everything else is pretty much covered. Commanders are all moved at the end of the turn. Magic users moved at the end of the turn as well. Commanders, they can move with the unit. So if they order a group to move forward, they get dragged along with that unit. But then at the end of the turn, you can move your commander again in effect. So if he's moved with the unit once, he can move again at the end of the turn. But you have to try and think ahead with both your magic user and your commanders, because at the end of the turn you have to move them in a position where you think their influence might be needed the following turn. And then I suppose the other thing with commanders is the rally value. So your big general, your generalissimo has a rally value of 2, and your subordinate has a rally value of 1. So when you're in combat, the unit, so a general can be attached to a group, but within that group is also attached to a unit, and he must be in contact with that unit. If that unit that is attached to within the group is destroyed, he is destroyed as well. But he can rally that unit at the end of the turn if they're taking wounds but they're still in play. You can rally a unit. If you've got a rally 2, you get to dip for 2 tokens, or roll 2 dice. If you get 1 hit, it's a success and 1 wound is restored to that unit. A subordinate just gets to dip for 1 token, and he gets obviously a 50-50 chance that he's going to restore a unit's HPs by 1.
Right.
Excellent.
So I think that probably covers pretty much everything.
So army lists are up on your site, and we'll put a link up.
Thank you. Cheers.
I'm looking at the army list now. So we've got like 15 pages of the fantasy army list. So everything's covered there.
So that many? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and it's nice to see that you've named things the same names as they are on the Micro World games as well.
Yeah, that was the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's always one of my bugbears is when something gets named differently in a set of rules.
Yeah.
As you're trying to work out what the hell they are. We've also got quick reference sheets available.
Yeah.
2-page quick reference sheet, which is again always good.
Yeah.
And the other thing I found on your site, army list for English Civil War.
Oh yeah, how did that get there? Yeah.
I found it. There was a link in it. It said English Civil War list.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually how it happens. Yeah, I didn't do them.
No.
There's a couple of guys at the club have got ECW 15 mil armies and said, oh, why don't you do this? And so I thought, well, there's no reason, because the rules are so generic, there's no reason why we couldn't cover ECW and in a way Napoleonic, but I would never pursue Napoleonic simply because that the Napoleonic clientele wouldn't probably go at this particular speed of rule system, probably wouldn't go down that well in Napoleonic circles, and it certainly, I don't think, will be worth the amount of effort that goes into the different army lists for the Napoleonic era, because there's so many. So I thought, but we could do English Civil War. There'd be, no reason why we couldn't have a dabble at that. So I've done the English Civil War list, so they're definitely a work in progress. And each time we play, it's probably a good idea to keep your eye on the website and just, if you decide to have a game of English Civil War, is download them the day before that you have a game, because there may be changes to that list. So we had a game last Wednesday, and I put a after action report on the Facebook page. And in light of that game, even though I'd play tested it to death, or so I thought, I'd play tested it to death myself, when it came to playing with other people, and people who had a specific interest in English Civil War, that certain values on the army list were changed. So, yeah, it's a good idea to keep your eye on the English Civil War lists before you play, because there might be changes to that yet still.
Well, that's fair enough. We've also got army lists. I think there's a 16-page army list for historicals.
Yes,
which is covering quite a nice selection there.
Yeah, I've tried to cover all the. I've gone for the, how should we say it? The big hitters? The favourites. Yeah, the favourites amongst the periods. I've done that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got Greek and Persian, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, I say basically it's like Greek, Persians, a few biblicals, and then Roman enemies.
Yeah. I thought we'd do all the favourites here.
Yeah. So all the analysts there, and they're all free. The thing I wanted to come back to, and I completely forgot, built-up areas.
Oh yeah. So
how are you handling those? Because that's always fun in the big battle game.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's always the two ways of dealing with it. I suppose you can deal with built-up areas in a individual building type fashion, or you can delineate the area that the built-up area covers. So basically, what I went for is that built-up areas would be you could have a big building that was independent of everything else. You could certainly have buildings within the built-up area that units could move into. But so long as units were within that built-up area, they would be considered. They would gain the bonus modifiers. So a little bit more like War Master, I suppose, in that this unit wouldn't necessarily be fighting through these windows. You could put a unit in a built-up area, and they would gain the hardcover modifier for being in a built-up area. But that clutch of buildings would be, agreed before the game what area that clutch of buildings was covered, and then once a unit moves into that area, then obviously they claim the bonuses. Yeah,
I think that's the best way of doing it. Like you say, it should always be an area that is held, and always the question gets asked is, what sort of units do you allow to hold those areas?
Yeah.
Do you say it can only be held by skirmishers, or can you move a heavy infantry unit in there?
Yeah.
And have them hold
the idea with these rules is that the heavier infantry units would be impaired by being in a built-up area, but that they could move into those areas. Dwarfs, in particular, are extremely tough, but extremely slow. And a heavy unit of dwarf infantry actually has to use, it's the only unit that does, but it actually has to use command pips. It has to spend extra command pips in order to give it a move allowance within a built-up area, if you see what I mean. Yeah. So basically, they're so slow and so heavily armoured that the ADCs are flying backwards and forwards to the unit, pushing them on and egging them on in the built-up area. And you have to actually spend the extra command pips in order for them to shift within a built-up area. So you'd have to watch out for that.
Okay. That's good. Good. I can't think of anything else to ask on with the rules. We've covered where they're coming from, and obviously Dave from Caliver has got both sets of rules now.
He has, yeah.
So he has. The historical, and we've got the fantasy. And obviously people can get them from yourself as well, directly through the PDF.
That's no problem. Yeah, if they email me, it's if I can give you my email address, that'd be great. But if they email me direct, we can just do it. You can just do it that way.
Yeah.
All the army lists are held on your website, Brotherhood of War website, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. It's CraigArmstrongOnline.org.
Yeah, CraigArmstrongOnline.org. That's .org, not .com. If you get to .com, you'll get another famous Craig Armstrong, but not the one we're talking to.
Yeah, he's nothing, that guy.
No. Okay, so that essentially covers the whole thing to do with Lords and Lands. And what you kind of been doing with all that. Of course, that's not the only thing you've been doing, is it? I mean, there are other things you kind of dabble in.
Yes.
Which was something that you launched this year called Small Scale Quarterly.
Yep.
Can you just kind of give us a little bit background behind that and what it actually is?
I was on the on a lot of forums, but I was on the Pendragon forum in particular. And they're great guys on there, very creative and active bunch of lads on there. And I say lads because I think it mostly is. But there didn't seem to be, there were several different blogs and stuff, but 10mm in particular, the 15mm as well, but 10mm in particular, the painting standards have soared recently in 10mm. And painting competition last year was fierce, and some of the other entries were outstanding. And because of the quality of work that people were putting in, I just thought, well, maybe they deserve some sort of outlet other than those few amongst them who have got individual blogs. Yeah. So, and I say I have a passion for all things smaller scale, the weest of wee men. But initially, when I suggested to the Pendragon forum that we should do it, everybody was like, yeah, it's a great idea. And then I was kind of left with the editor's role by default, because nobody else stepped up to the plate. So I took that role. And then the idea was that we'd continue rolling, and I would put as much into that as I possibly could. But at some point in the future, if somebody else wanted to edit the e-zine that they could do. But yeah, I just really wanted to focus on all things smaller scale. So 6mm taken off Big Style. Got close relations with Mick at 11 Minis, and some of his buildings are just superb, easy to paint, and a great finished product once they've got a lick of paint on, a little bit of a wash. Outstanding stuff there. So I wanted an outlet for that. Some of the 10mm miniatures that people are painting, get some of that out there. And then at that point, there was also this growing impetus towards, and I'd already started mine, so I wasn't going to stop, but there was a growing impetus towards rule sets for smaller scale miniatures. Yeah. So they had the likes of Warband by Steve Hardy, who's done a few articles in the SSQ. God bless him. And I'd love to say it's a really crap set of rules, but it's not. It's brilliant. So I thought he deserved to have some sort of voice in the SSQ, which he did. Great articles. And then there was Sword and Spear to another. I wish I could say they're rubbish, but they're not. A brilliant set of rules. I think he's planning on bringing out his fantasy rule set soon. I think actually, Mike, you're playtesting that, aren't you?
I couldn't possibly comment.
Like I said, I'd love to say they're rubbish, but they're not. The Sword and Spear rules are brilliant, and I've enjoyed a couple of games of that myself. So I'm quite looking forward to the fantasy rules coming out from him as well. And then just recently, purely selfish, I've been bitten by the Grunts rule system, and so I expanded the SSQ to cover, go up from 12 to 15mm, because I didn't think that was a massive stretch.
I don't know. I mean, people are going to, that's definitely jumping over the line, isn't it?
Well, it is. To be honest, 6, 10, 12 is one thing, and then all of a sudden you hit 15 and... it's a completely different world.
You're a brave man, Armstrong.
Well, I tell you, they can write to the editor. I'm sure he'll look at and ignore any the work that's sent through. I just some of the, to be honest, when I started looking at the grunts rules, I just saw some of the 15mm sci-fi just blew me away, and for whatever reason, even at my age, I'd been missing out. And some of the hard sci-fi miniatures that the likes of Critical Mass Games and Rebel Minis and 15mm .co.uk were producing, I just thought, wow, I'm missing out here. So I dipped my toe in there and got myself a set of laser burn rules from Gavin Syme at 15mm, and thought, yeah, they're fantastic. Grunts rules, fantastic. So I thought, wow, I can't really resist. And so, I expanded the scope of the SSQ to cover 15. Excellent. So I'm sure I'll go straight to hell for that, but it was a good move.
I must admit, I've always looked at the Pendragon. I used to have some of the World War II 10mm stuff, but I haven't looked at their fantasy stuff. I might actually pick up a couple of packages to have a look at them, because I'm doing, as you said, I'm doing the sort of Sword and Spear fantasy, and I've used all my old War Master armies.
Yeah.
So I got like 5 or 6 armies. But it's always nice to have extra ones, and I've been looking at Callister. But that Callister is a bit bigger, but things like their orcs and goblins are fine, because big meaty things, but you can't use. Yeah, you can't sort of use their dwarves or the other troops. They just don't fit in with the sort of older GW style. So I'm looking for something to extend that.
I would say Pendragon are awesome. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that, but they've got a Pendragon and Magister Merton between them. There's just nothing that I don't think there's anything that they don't cover. And the newer, well, obviously it's the same with every company. I think some of the older casts in Pendragon aren't as good as the newer casts, but they're releasing news to follow time, and I think they've just revamped their dwarf range to go with the warband rules that Steve Hardy did. And there's I believe there's a few additions to their dwarfs. Now, my only criticism of the dwarfs would be that they're a little bit large. They're not much shorter than an average man. But then it's fantasy, so who's to say how tall a dwarf is?
4'1".
But yeah, Pendragon and Magister Militum, both of those companies, I think are great for 10mm. You can ponder all day long. There's lots of chin rubbing stuff on there. It's brilliant.
And like you say, there's some great rules out there, because Warband is one that's been on my radar, but I haven't picked it up.
Yeah, I think it hit the number one. Again, I think Steve will mind me saying this. I think it hit the number one Wargames Vault purchase for a while there, and I like it. It's a slightly smaller mass battle game, but he does deal quite a lot with morale. In fact, a lot of the game system actually revolves around unit morale. So yeah, it's good. I enjoy that one too.
I think it's somebody else we'll have to get on to carry on our discussion on Fantasy Mass Battle.
I'll tell him to drop your line, yeah.
Excellent stuff.
Okay, so as far as this SQ is concerned, it's quarterly. I can see 2 editions available.
Yeah. Yeah,
which is April and July, so what happened to quarter 3?
Yeah, I work for the NHS, and I don't know if it's general knowledge or not, but basically several sectors in the NHS call this thing called Goal Command, and that's basically all leave is cancelled. And I'm a senior nurse in a slightly different position. I don't work on the wards or anything, but they've called all us lot back to shift work on the wards as well. So it kind of put a kibosh on the SSQ temporarily, and it hopefully won't happen again, because it was unprecedented before. So 15 years I've been working this position, never had to do it before, and hopefully I'll never have to do it again. But NHS was in a tight spot over the winter pressures, so the real life got in the way, and the 3rd issue was slap bang in the middle of this crisis situation. So I tried to make up for it in the next one. Next SSQ, we've got a bit of a scoop from Robin Fitton with his Imperial Skies. So I think he's going to give us share a few pages from the rule book, and let us look into his new rule system prior to releasing. I think it's in April. I think he plans for get it out there for Salute, I think, which is April, isn't it?
Yeah. Looking forward to those.
Definitely.
So yeah, me too. Yeah.
Okay, and so when can we expect to see SSQ3 available for download?
Yeah, end of February. So deadline for submissions is middle of Feb, and we're back to running on full steam. I'll try not to mention the Lord and Lands in the SSQ because it was never meant to be a platform for that. But I think in next issue, Chris Hudson, who I work closely with, developing a few different things under the C&C Games title, but he's doing some Halfling army lists for Lord and Lands, so they should be fun. And Chris is also my product review guy, so I send all the miniatures that we get for review to him. So I've got a bit of that going on, and then we've got the 50 Mill Sci-Fi guys are a very proactive group, and a few of them have said they're going to throw us some articles our way for the next issue. And as I say, something to do with Imperial Skies, a bit of a scoop on that. Hopefully some prior release artwork and stuff. So that should be good.
It sounds like the content of that is growing massively.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I hope so. It's one thing that a lot of people out there say, yeah, it'd be a really good thing. Let's get it up and running. You get it up and running, and there's one or two articles comes through, and then you almost feel like a slave driver trying to get articles out of anybody else. But I think the key's been is to choose those groups that are proactive on Facebook, on the forums. Those are the guys that you really want to pursue. So I'm hoping that Richard at Perfect Six, who we're doing some stuff, I can't say what it is, but we're doing some stuff in the future with, I'm hoping that he'll get involved in some way in the SSQ. We'll certainly do some of his products in there. And there's Blastastic this year.
Mike from Angel Barracks, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. So Mike's agreed to put some stuff in about Blastastic, and hopefully we'll get that out there on the radar for those that don't already know about it. And there's a SSQ Facebook page for anybody who just wants to touch base and see what it's about and what it covers, and some of the miniatures that I've painted and other people have painted I've put on there, and some after action reports and stuff from just about anything that relates to 15 mil and below. So yeah, hopefully the content will grow, and I think it's one of those things that you really need to be up and running for a little while before manufacturers start to send you products for review and all that sort of thing. But that's starting to happen now, and Pendraken have said that they're going to send us some of their new releases, amongst others. So that'll be great. So I think that's it regarding the SSQ. So yeah, stay tuned at end of February, I think. So, and that'll be available from the same website. It's free to download and comment as you see fit. And if you're reading it and you think it needs that, well, contact me and send me some stuff. We'll get it in the SSQ. It's because we've got no printing costs, we can publish as much as we want, really. And people want to read it, they can. If they want to skip past it, they can. It's there's nothing lost.
It's all good. Yeah, I've just I'm having a quick read through now.
Yeah, it's good real labour of love, and yes, it is well worth a look. And as I say, all it's going to cost you is a couple of clicks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
good stuff.
Just one thing before I go, there will be at some point in the near future. I haven't got a release date yet, but 15mm.co.uk have got, I think it's called the SHM scheme. I think it's called the SHM scheme. Basically, you can send them sculpts. Green stuff sculpts, and if they're good enough that those guys will actually send you a few cast back, and then new sculptors can get their work out. I've just sent him a load of flesh-eating plants, which may or may not be similar to Triffids, and a load of 1970s and 80s civilians and Triffid guns and everything else. I've sent him a load of that stuff that is gonna cast up. Simply because I wanted one. I did Cyclops, from which may or may not be similar to the Jason the Argonauts, Ray Harryhausen Cyclops. So I did one of those, sent those to him as well. I think it's going to be resin. But the moral of the story is that the SHM project, you get miniatures to him. You obviously need to contact him first and see if they've got to be a reasonable standard. But new sculptors can get sculpts done and to him, and he will create the molds and cast them up, and it costs you nothing. You get a few of the you get a few casts of your sculpts back. I think it's 10. If the regular size miniatures, you actually get 10 casts back. So you're not working for much. You don't get a lot of money for it, but it's all about new talent and getting people noticed and out there. And I think it's really undervalued service, and I'm not sure if many other people do that. So hats off to Gavin at 15mm. I think that's a great thing that he's doing.
Yeah, Gavin's a good bloke, and I've been using Flintlock and Slaughterloo for years.
Cool, yeah.
And the stuff they do now in 15mm for the fantasy and for sci-fi, they get some nice figures there.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
and a good British firm. They just keep going. They just keep pumping out interesting little games and lots of lovely figures.
Yeah.
Well, Craig, it's been great to talk. Thank you so much for taking the time to come on the show and chat all about this new rule set and everything else that you've been getting up to.
It's all right. It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So, as I say, we'll put links in the show notes to where you can get a hold of copies of Lords and Lands and Craig's website and everything to do with SSQ. So that'll all be there and available for you. So, all the very best with it, Craig. Is there something else, or is there anything else in the pipeline for now, or is it more of a case of, at the moment, you've got so much on your plate with sorting army lists out and the next edition of SSQ, that's about all you can cope with?
So it's not all, but we can go on for hours. But just I suppose the last thing is we're working on some resin sci-fi tiles that are like jigsaw. So if you remember the old Space Hulk, that these were there's a slight relief in them. So they've got like a sci-fi grilled pattern and stuff. And there's actually I can't say I'm responsible for it. It just came to me like a bolt, but there's quite a nifty little connection process, which means that there's no male and female ends to the jigsaw pieces. So there's rooms and corridors and everything else, and it'll work from 15mm down to 6mm scale, I think. So, and we've made them out of flexible resin as well, so you can, you pick them up and waggle them around, they bend and flex, so you're not likely to drop any and smash any resin pieces. So, keep an eye out for those. I'll probably put some details of those up on the website when they're finally up and running.
Excellent stuff.
Yes, indeed. Well, as I say, Greg, thank you very much for coming on and chatting. All the very best, and hopefully we'll catch up with you soon. And if nothing else, I'll catch up with you at a show.
That'd be good to see you.
Yeah, say maybe even make it up to Fiasco this year.
Yes, great. I'll save you a chair.
Okay, cheers then.
All right, gents. Take care, both.
Bye. And now it's time to hear from you, as we open up the Meeples and Miniatures mailbag.
And now, we stupidly asked our listeners to ask us some questions. And my God, did we get a lot. Neil, take it away.
Indeed we did. If your question doesn't get answered during this session, don't worry, we'll kind of carry it over, okay? But
we're sorry we can't return your pictures, but we do give a prize for everyone we show.
Okay, Neil, pick a question.
Right, okay. The first question is going to be from Tony. This was asked on the blog. He said this, quote unquote, "I find your podcasts don't touch on the more topical / popular sets of rules and happenings in the wargaming world. Is this an editorial decision?"
Yes.
Yes.
In short, I mean, I did ask Cody to clarify by what he meant by more topical and popular, but he never got back to me. I don't know if I ever explained part of the idea behind this podcast. Okay, now, first off, we don't talk about Games Workshop, we don't talk about Privateer Press, and we don't talk about Battlefront, except for the fact that we did this show, but there you go.
I do occasionally.
Occasionally, but we don't normally talk about the big guys. And you know why? Because there are lots of podcasts out there that do. There are Games Workshop and Privateer Press podcasts galore. So, from my point of view, I'm thinking, why bother covering that? Because other people do it, and they are far more knowledgeable in that.
And there's a far simpler reason. We don't play them.
Well, there is that. In a similar vein with some of the games, I mean, if you turn around and saying, okay, topical / popular, does that mean what? So, I was kind of thinking, well, what does he mean? Does that mean, we don't talk about bolt action? Well, actually, we have talked about bolt action in the past. Do we not? Does that mean that as I say, we haven't talked a lot about Mantic games? Actually, I think we have.
To the point where people started complaining about your mate Jake Thornton being on the show every week.
Well, yeah, there was that. And to be fair, we are going to be talking about Mantic games again, because I'm sure at some point we're going to be talking about Kings of War, and we're going to be talking about Dungeon Saga. Aren't we, Mr. Whitaker?
I do hope so.
Indeed.
Spent enough money on them.
Yeah. But my philosophy is, and this basically comes from how I got back into gaming, was having done the whole Games Workshop thing, and then finding out that wargaming has such a huge breadth and depth to it. And there is so much out there, and if you concentrate on what some people may think are the bunny ears, topical and popular, you miss out on so much. And from my point, I was just thinking about this and kind of thinking, well, actually, think about this. As far as we're concerned, two of the best rule sets currently out and available to play, which are Chain of Command and Sword and Spear. Controversial statement, but there you go.
No arguing.
Are both produced, well, one is produced by a small war games company, being Two Fat Lardies. I think that's no detraction. That's no detraction to Rich and Nick, but they're a relatively small publishing company.
Well, there's two.
Only produce rules.
There's two of them. That's small.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, small. Yes, there's two of them, and they only do rules.
Yes.
They have as far and something. We've said time and time again, but they have the best set of skirmish World War II rules out there. And the other one, Sword and Spear, is a one-person operation up until Christmas, at which point they obviously got picked up by Great Escape Games, who are themselves only a small company. These are small companies, and they're producing fantastic sets of rules. And there's an awful lot of them out there. There's an awful lot of small independent companies, 1, 2, 3 people, who are producing fantastic stuff. And I believe they deserve a voice, which is why we do Meeples and Miniatures. Because they deserve to be brought to your attention, because they do good stuff. And that's why we cover what we do.
Well said.
Next question.
Okay. From Pat G, also on the blog. Frostgrave, stop thwarting and tell us what you really think.
Would love to play it. Can't paint any miniatures because my eyes are crap.
I think it's aimed at me, isn't it? Right. Yeah. I really like the background of it. I really like the campaign system in it. I really like the size of it. I just don't like the D20 mechanism. And that's the only thing I don't like about it. But I'm playing it, and I've signed up to do a little league in Firestorm, which will be doing the D20 mechanism. So I'm going to give it a bit more of a go. But that's it. It's just a design concept that I don't like. Is that okay? Or do you want me to waffle a little bit more?
No, that's fine. That's fine. And I will just turn around and say what he said. because I am of a similar opinion. Right. Kevin Weedick, also on the blog. This is a great one. Can you answer why you dislike point systems in gaming?
Keep it short. We don't have that long.
No. Right. Okay. Quite simply, whoever said war was fair. We're playing. Yes, it's a game, but we're playing a war game here. Whoever said war was fair. I have a fundamental issue with the whole basis of point systems. I know, yes, I understand why they're there, and I will grudgingly accept it. However, fundamentally, the first thing to do with battle is you are trying to gain as much as an advantage on your opponent with forces and terrain, and when you actually bring your opponent to battle as possible. That in itself precludes the fact that, whoever said a battle was a fair fight. That's my fundamental issue with point systems.
I'll be honest with you, some of the best games I've ever played are proper scenario-based games with orders of battle pre-written and objectives and based on historical, events or whatever. But that being said, if I tried to do that all the time, I wouldn't play games. I would not be able to get games in, because to do that, you need somebody to sit down and go, right, this is what we're going to do. These are the forces we need. Somebody put these forces together, and it all breaks down. Point systems are really, really useful in a club environment because you can get games in with people. And for me, that's part of the thing. So I think there's a place for both of them.
There is.
And,
Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah, I agree with that, and I understand. As I say, I understand why point systems exist, and as a but it's just this thing as fundamental concept. I must admit, one of my favourite systems for creating an army is something that Bacchus did in their Napoleonic rules. Was it Maréchal d'Empire? Where basically what you did, you decide your scenario, so what scenario are you going to play, and then you randomly generate your force. Both sides randomly generate their force. Okay, this is what so you've decided what game you're going to play, what your scenario is, what your objective is, and then it boils down to, okay, and this is what you're going to do it with. It's great fun. And some people, I can fully understand how that would drive some people completely up the wall. But I actually thought it was quite fun, brave, and intuitive. But there you go.
Point systems. Imagine, if you will, a war game system where the entire combat system is a game of rock, paper, scissors. Rock beats scissors, scissors beat paper, paper wraps rock. All your units are armed with one or other of the above. An army of complete rocks versus an army of complete paper. Work out a fair point system for that, and then assign the same amount of points for rock versus scissors. It doesn't work.
No, fundamentally, point systems are always going to fail on some point of view, but they're too damn handy for us.
No. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that as an arbiter of whether a scenario is completely fair, they're always doomed to failure because of the way different troop types behave against other troop types.
Yeah.
Which is why you end up with things like killer armies in tournaments.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And be honest, that's why I don't do tournaments. For a quick throw-down game, you can't beat them.
Yeah. Yes, I refer the honourable gentleman to the Richard Clarke defence. An anti-tank gun is worth massive amounts of points, right up to the point where your opponent doesn't have a tank.
At which point it's worse than useless.
Indeed. Anyway, I think we've done that, and I do think we've done that one to death, don't you? Otherwise, we're going to have a whole section on points. Yeah. Right, okay, something else.
Question from a friend of the show, Adam Blakemore, a.k.a. Sydney Roundwood.
Well, he says he's Sydney Roundwood, but
we don't know. War games and war games rule sets seem to be getting shorter. In the 1980s and 1990s, we had Tercio, Newbury Fast Play, and WRG 6th edition. We had Challenger 2 and Body Count. None of these rules were short, and many were really complicated, and the war games we used to play were longer. 3 hours was the minimum, 5 or 6 hours wasn't unusual. War games are shorter now, and the current generation of rules seems punchier and more focused. Why? Have we all just got better? Or do we just think do we just have less time and need to fit a game into a couple of hours?
I think we've got less time and we want to fit a game into a couple of hours. I think it's the long and the short of it.
Yeah, I think the days when we used to be able to quite leisurely spend an entire weekend or an entire day of a day gaming as a regular thing have gone. I think the hobby's fundamentally changed, hasn't it?
But I think also that rules writing has evolved, and I think he does have a slight argument there. That if you look at, for example, Warhammer, WIG 6th edition, or rules of that era, they are table city, and they have things like written orders and heaven knows what else. And there's a degree to which we have got better at coming up with nifty activation mechanisms and combat resolution mechanics, which don't take forever and 15 table lookups. There's also a degree, I think one of the things that has happened recently is the rise of the large-scale skirmish stroke boutique stroke RPG light, which seems to have taken over, which does get you games done in club nights that you otherwise wouldn't do.
Mm.
Do you also think there is, or there has been a move towards more game and less simulation?
Yes.
Yes.
I think fundamentally, this new name of tabletop gaming, I think, is very, very apt because it's moving away from being wargaming. A lot of the games we're seeing now are sci-fi or fantasy based. There's not many pure, what I would call, war games coming out. Okay, there's some of them, and there's some really good ones. But we do, looking on the club I play in, most of the people there are playing sci-fi and fantasy games, and they all have this thing called meta, which I never come across until a few years ago, where they have fairly simple mechanics in the rules, but every single character you play is a specific character with specific rules, and then you can expand that character by using cards and things to give them extra abilities and stuff. So you get into, it's moving away from this is your army. It's getting more into the army creation, the list creation. And when you start getting computer programs to help you build your list, and people talking about if you use this card with this character in this ship, this is worth a lot more points than if you use this character in this ship with this card.
Yeah, the podcast I've been listening to really recently is the 4 Foot Snake Kings of War podcast. Shout out to anybody who's listening, who's part of that, which is done quite a bit by the guys who are on the rules committee. And one of the phrases they've been using the most often, which is really getting on my wick, is the phrase, by the current meta.
Yeah.
By which they mean, elves, big shooty armies are currently in.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And there's a degree to which, you're right, it becomes a game, not a war game. Mm. And I have to admit that the things I really want to play, I don't have time to do in a club night.
There are some really good historical games out there. We mentioned a few loads of times on this podcast. But the rules I'm seeing coming out more and more, and the rules which are really, really popular in my club, and remember, my club has probably got a lot younger demographic than other people's clubs. Especially yours, Neil, because, there's you and Dave, and that's about 45.
Yeah. We're still a mix, I think.
Yeah, the majority of people in my club are probably 20s to early 30s.
Mm. And let me guess, Infinity, War Machine, Frostgrave, etc.
Yeah, X-Wing, Armada, loads of Infinity being played down there. Loads of Frostgrave, lots of Malifaux, loads of War Machine, but not so much. Actually, War Machine's starting to die off a bit now, starting to drop down. And we see a few bolt action games being played because, again, it's quick. It's a quick little World War II game. World War II-esque, shall we say. And then there's a few old people like us playing, Spartan games or playing Sword and Spear. on a few other games on 40k, or actually 30k now. People play 30k.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
Yeah, but the majority of people are on little 4x4 or 3x3 tables with a couple of ships and a load of cards in front of them.
Yeah.
Right. It just seems to be the way the hobby is at the moment. It's really interesting. It's really interesting, isn't it?
It is, and it's the way it's going to go because this is the next generation. You know, I mean, we can sit there.
This is the video game instant gratification generation.
Yeah, and you know, it's
God, I
not
sound like a grumpy old man.
Yeah, but it's not a bad thing. At least they're playing with stuff. At least they're playing with figures. You know,
they're not sitting in front of the computer. If you're
the
up
hobby
there
could
and
be
listening, James, get your half off the PC.
yeah. I mean, the hobby could be in a really bad place now. If it was just our generation wargaming,
It could.
there would be nothing. But it's not.
But as Wayne said in the interview, it's not. It's in a really good place.
Yeah, I think it's probably in the best place it's ever been. So many new games. You know, the standards of sculpting, the standards of what you can do with casting figures in different.
Just the whole
products.
range of stuff that's available.
Yeah. You can literally get everything you want.
Yeah. And we are just on the cusp of the next revolution, aren't we? 3D printing. Home 3D printing.
Can't wait.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, we are.
I don't know. I still think it takes a long time, and the quality.
I think it's going to be interesting.
Hobbsy, when I first started dating my wife, I helped her typeset her final VET-MB report on a laser printer, which cost £20,000. There is one sitting in my living room which is faster than it, has more features than it, is higher resolution than it, and it cost me £50.
Yeah, but
this is how 3D printers are going to go, and they're going to go fast.
They will go that way, but I think 3D printers will have, you know, they already have a massive use for prototyping, but I don't think they're gonna. You're going to get to the situation within 10 years where you can basically print an army out in an afternoon.
3, if that. Seriously.
I don't know.
You can already get a printer that'll sit on your desktop certainly of good enough resolution to print scenery, and at the rate resolution is going up, that's going to just get resolution is improving. That's going to be good enough to print figures in 1 or 2 years' time. In my money.
Yeah, how long they take. And there's also the questions of the product that is being printed in. You know, I do agree that they're going to have a massive impact. And I do agree that, you know, even now firms are using them and they're getting some really great product, but nobody's using them to actually produce stuff. They're using them to make your prototypes.
It won't be long. I think the real issue at the moment is that the extruded ABS stuff has a bottom limit on resolution, which gets quite pricey. But SLA, which is the other technology, is now down at the £1,000 mark for a desktop printer, and it's only going to drop.
Yeah, it'll come, but I don't think. I still reckon 10 years.
Don't you just love it when computer nerds start talking technology?
No way. It'll be 2 or 3 at the most. We'll revisit this in show number 250 and see where we are.
Right. You heard it here first. Okay, tell you what, let's just go for hopefully a really quick couple more. I know we've gone slightly over time on what we thought, but we've just got a couple of little more questions. Okay, great one from Mark Haviland. Hello, Mark, on the Facebook page. Do you use a magnifier when you paint?
Hell yes.
And he put in brackets 28mm. Many great painting tutorials on the web, but I never see painters talk about optics. I'm new to the hobby, but my eyes are far from new.
Mike has to because he's got naked eyes.
I use a magnifier for painting 15mm. I have since I first started painting 15mm. I found, to my surprise, that the end results, I'd pop it out from under the magnifier and think, you know, actually, that's not bad. And I probably find, even once this eye's got itself straight, I will start using them for 28mm as well. I've got one of the very nice ones from Hobbycraft, which comes with a ring lamp so that you get really even light on the workplace, and comes with a tiny little inset lens in the main lens, which is double the power. And I would, if you're going to use a magnifier, don't just buy one of the crappy ones that just stands up made out of plastic. Get something with a decent lens and a ring light, and you'll not regret it.
From someone who's bought a crappy cheap one, I just bought one of these head-wearing magnifier things that you got from China. I must admit, I picked it up for a few quid off eBay. I suddenly discovered when I started painting my 15mm Germans that even with reading, I'm having to wear reading glasses now, but even with reading glasses, I couldn't see the models to a sufficient detail that I wanted to paint them properly. And so I bought a magnifier. I've got one. I think it's one of these ones where you can swap in the magnifiers, but I've been using it with like a 2.5 times magnifier. Yeah, for me, that makes painting 15mm possible. I've always found 15mm figures to be mini 28s. You know, especially depending where you go to, some of them are massively good sculpts. And so to do them justice, you really got to see what you're doing. So yeah, I wear one, and I've certainly found them a great help.
28, for the last year, I've used an Optivisor to paint eyes on 28mm figures.
You paint eyes?
Yeah.
Eyes, aren't they just a little pool where the ink wash settles?
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
But I've always had 20 vision, but for the last year I've used Optivisor just for eyes. Everything else I painted through sight. But 3 months ago, I was told I had to have very close reading glasses. So this is reading glasses for about a foot away, which basically is painting. And that's because I couldn't, I noticed it was getting blurry. So I went to the optician, and literally from a foot onward, I'm still 20/20, but it's that final foot, I've still get a bit blurry. So I've now got reading glasses, and I've actually stopped using my Optivisor. So I can paint eyes using my reading glasses.
I hate you.
But when it comes to painting, it's light. Get 2 very, very good lamps.
Light is key.
Yeah, you want to be spending. I mean, I spent 80 quid on each of my lamps.
Yeah,
with proper
and if you can
bulbs.
Get daylight bulbs, absolutely.
Yeah. 2 of those, lots of light.
And I'd even go as far as to say, if your normal workroom, get some of the daylight LED bulbs for it. In addition to what you're using as a work lamp, your eyes will thank you for it.
Yeah, so more than using any sort of magnifier, I would push people to use proper lighting. Don't just go and buy a cheap £5 light with a bulb in it and put that above where you're painting. It's rubbish. Spend the money. If you're painting your figures and you're there for hours, honestly, it's a great investment. Yeah, and you have them really high. You know, you can have them high, flooding down, and that's what I would do. And you probably find you don't even need to wear glasses if you've got decent light.
And decent eyes.
And decent eyes, yeah. But I have now got to that stage where I've had to start wearing glasses to paint.
Okay, one final question. I know we've overrun on this section more than we were planning, but we've overrun on everything. So what the heck? Okay, one final question. Dave Blood on the blog. Hi, Dave. I hate you for this question. What Kickstarters have you backed where you play the game / use the minis a lot? And which Kickstarters have you backed that are still in the box untouched?
Over to you, Neil. Me and Mike will be on mute, laughing.
Well, okay. If you count the fact that I bought my Forged in Battle Germans off the back of the War Empire Kickstarter, does that count?
That's a tenuous Kickstarter.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I backed the War Empire Kickstarter to get the rules and get the 20% discount on the rest of the Forged in Battle range. Yeah, that is a bit tenuous. You might be surprised to know that I actually haven't backed that many miniature Kickstarters. You might be really surprised. You might not even believe me, but there you go.
I've just done something I think I really am going to regret.
What, you just had a look to see what you backed?
I've just brought up my Kickstarter backers list.
Yeah, yeah. You and me
I'm going to go and sit in a corner and cry now.
Yeah. Okay, right.
Yeah.
I've had...
this whole section might be a mistake.
Yes.
Abort.
Oh dear.
I've had, the Great War. Yes, we've had that, been out, played the game. Fantastic, great stuff. What else? Let's have a look. Dreadball. Still in the box. Empire of the Dead. Hugely backed.
Still in the box.
Still in the box. Dead Zone. Massively backed. Still in the box. And luckily, nothing else has yet arrived. Sorry. I backed the Project Pantheon Odin Lord of Asgard from Oathsworn. Yeah, that's still in its box as well.
Oh god.
Dreadball Extreme.
Still in the box.
Yeah.
So
Enough said.
Sedition Wars. Still in the box. Kingdom Death Monster. Still in the box, but hell, it only turned up 3 weeks ago. The commission figurines, modular buildings and ruins for wargamers. Mine are still in the box. The clubs are in the club scenery cupboard. Dead Zone. Still in the box. Winter War, 28mm Russians and Finns. Still in the box.
Was that the Baker Company?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Dungeon Saga. Out on the side, waiting for the wife to have a free weekend so we can play it. I reckon that's pretty good going. Kings of War, in the painting queue when I can see to paint it. Conan, oh, hurry up, please. Great War, still in the box. Oh, that's it. Barring, I can beat you, Neil. Blood Rage. I found the Pledge Manager reminder in my junk folder yesterday.
Oops.
Currently got a support call in with Cool Mini or Not saying, help! You're my only hope!
How long ago was Blood Rage?
Oh, well, they were sending out... the Pledge Manager went out in September and it wound up in my junk folder and I completely missed it. And the last days I've seen quite a flurry of activity from the Kickstarter saying, we're shipping stuff and we've shipped stuff and if you haven't pledged yet... I'm going, I never got that. Where is it? So, to answer your question, Dave, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I missed one. Battle Systems Sci-Fi Modular Terrain.
Still in the box.
Still in the box. Unpunched.
I could be quite smug now.
Go on then, Mr. Hobbs.
All right, starting at the bottom.
You hold him down, Neil. I'll grab his figure collection.
Right. Judge Dredd. Painted about half of it and played with it. The rest of it is still in the box. Empire of the Dead Requiem. Painted 3/4 of it and played with it lots. All quite in the Martian front. Still in the box. Apart from I've painted about a third of it.
You painted loads of tripods.
Yeah, I painted all the tripods and some infantry, but I've never played it. So, next one, Battle Systems. Assembled, use it a lot. One Empire. All painted. Ha! And I've used it. Lots.
But you didn't paint it.
No, he didn't say you have to paint it. It's painted. I think the question was,
fair enough.
Is it painted? Do you use it? Yes. One Empire used it a lot. Shadows over Normandy. I punched it all out and I've looked at the rules. I haven't played it, but it is on my list of things to paint. Return of the Monsters, the Heresy one. That was only a small one. I've got half the figures undercoated. Some are painted. I've used a few in Otherworld games.
I forgot about that one. Mine's still in the box.
Yeah. So, Battle Systems Fantasy Dungeon, assembled and used quite a bit. Conan I'm waiting for. Great War is still in the box. I haven't even played it. I haven't even opened it.
Woohoo! I feel better now.
What else have we got? That's it.
Really?
All the rest of them I'm waiting for.
I was going to say nothing else has arrived.
Nothing else. I mean, I'm waiting for Conan. All right, I'll do mine. The ones I'm waiting for: Conan, Open Combat, which will be here soon. Seventh Continent, which is later this year. Imperial Skies. He was normally.
Oh, you backed Imperial Skies? Oh, cool.
Yeah, just to get the rules.
Yeah.
Look at that. He was Normandy Strategic Resupply, and the latest War and Empire.
I'd like to say in my defence that being able to see to paint some of these, we probably have got some of them painted by now.
Yeah.
What's still to come? Conan, Dead Zone Infestation, which will probably join Dead Zone in the box waiting.
All I pledged on that was the rule book.
Yeah, I went in for their standard minimum pledge sort of thing. Day of the Rangers, which was 24. I think it's 24 metal minis for US Rangers for Battle of Somalia. They have waiting for them to turn up. And that's about it. That's what I've got left.
I'm still waiting for Dark Age Outpost, which is the Plastic 28 Dark Age Outpost. Mm-hmm. And I'm still waiting for my 6 Stag Riders.
Oh, yes.
Which will be Stormwind Cavalry in my Kings of War army when I get that far.
Cool. Mind you, as I say, you seem to be getting on quite well with your Kings of War army.
What, you mean like I have plenty of figures and looking at them, gluing them together and thinking, not until my eyes work a bit better.
Oh, you're getting there. Yeah,
getting there, I suppose. I have an army. It's merely a matter of gluing it together and painting it, which may take a while. Indeed. And a lot of chemicals. Which is about where we came in, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is about where we came in. Yeah, and on that note, I have to say, I think we're going to have to close the mailbag there. Thank you to everybody who sent in questions. If your question didn't get answered, don't worry, we will keep you until next time. In the meantime, if you've got other questions you want to ask about anything, any game system or anything that we cover, I mean, flip. Someone's even asked Mike for a recipe for gamers. I think.
Yes, I'm working on that one.
You're working on that one, are you?
Yeah,
that's good. Yes. So thank you very much for all your questions, and we look forward to answering some more in the next show. And maybe next time we might not be quite so waffly. You never know.
As if it's what you love about us.
Indeed. And on that note, I think it's time to bring this show into land, isn't it, guys?
Indeed.
Certainly is.
Yes, we've been round. Yes, you've been listening to us for far too long.
And that's before we paste in the interviews.
So, if you've got this far, what we want you to do is to send a tweet to Neil at MMN Podcast using the hashtag Age of Sigmar, all one word.
Indeed, yes. That's one of the questions. We'll come to next time. Maybe. Because somebody did ask. And, yeah.
You actually should love Age of Sigmar because there's no points in it.
Oh, just a small point. Just one small point that made me giggle. I've found a casualty of Games Workshop's Age of Sigmar. They've stopped making the modular movement trays.
What, the square ones?
The square ones.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well, they don't do square faces anymore.
Exactly. Which all of those of us ancient wargamers playing things like Wab and War of Conquest, all those things that want figures racked up on square 20mm movement trays. You can't get them anymore.
Go to war
You're
bases.
gonna have to go MDF. You have
Time to go to
MDF
war bases.
They're much nicer.
Yeah. And on that note, I think it's time to say goodbye. Many congratulations if you got this far.
You deserve some for getting this far.
I think I deserve some for editing this much. Good grief. Anyway, so thank you very much for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found it interesting and useful. So, until next time, which is hopefully going to be in a couple of weeks.
It's good night from me.
Good night from him. Good night from Neil. Bye.
See.
And we're out of here. We'll catch you next time. Take care.
Bye.
Happy gaming.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to the Meeples and Miniatures podcast. If you've enjoyed the show, why not share it with others by leaving us a review on iTunes? And if you have any comments or questions, you can always email the show. The address is info@meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. And you can also visit our webpage, where you'll find a complete episode archive, all the View from the Veranda podcasts, rules reviews, and our blog of hobby items and news, which is updated several times a week. This is also where you'll find the links to our presence on social media, and here you can follow us on Twitter or join our Facebook group. And finally, here you can also find details should you wish to support us by making a donation to the podcast. All this on the Meeples and Miniatures website, www.meeplesandminiatures.co.uk. The Meeples and Miniatures podcast is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives 3.0 Unported license. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.